Hey baseball fans, Mac McGee here for the BCR. Make sure to subscribe and become a member today. All offseason, we have a jam-packed schedule to keep you entertained and informed during the MLB offseason. Weekly shows like MLB Today, Braves Country Today, going over the world of baseball, how it affects all teams, including the Atlanta Braves. Once Upon a Pastime series, Thursday nights, we'll take a deep dive on the history of this great game. And on Friday nights, Braves Country Theater, we're going to turn back the clock and bring you historic games from the past. We'll bring you a game from yesteryear. That's Braves Country Radio, the BCR. Coming this spring, a jam-packed loaded spring training schedule, wall-to-wall coverage of Major League Baseball. Pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the Atlanta Braves, and our out-of-town doubleheaders. American League, National League, we're covering Ronald Acuna Jr.'s LVBP Sharks in December, the Caribbean Series. In January, the World Baseball Classic gets rolling. On March 5th, we'll be here for all the action. We'll see you there for the classic call of the great game of baseball.
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game.
We are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
That's Desmond Howard going in motion on 2nd down and 5 for Michigan, playing on real grass at Michigan Stadium. Throw it to the sideline. It is intercepted. Florida State was sitting and waiting for it, and Terrell Buckley has scored a touchdown. How do you do?
Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the...
We're down to the 20, but the bands are out on the field. There were flags all over the place. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football.
In trouble in the backfield, wants to throw now. He's going to go deep. And I mean deep. And I mean touchdown, Florida. Miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators.
Barkley trying to bounce it. And does escape. Saquon Barkley in the clear. Saquon Barkley all the way to the end zone. 79 yards.
It's a 31-30 game, and what does Nebraska do?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for 2 and take his shot and win, and I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. It's a battle for flagging rights and recruiting advantages in the state of Florida as the Gators come calling, and Chief Osceola ready to get it started. Tallahassee. Moody flushed, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Today, we've got hyperbole is done.
Decided to go for 2 and take his shot and win, and I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. It's a battle for flagging rights and recruiting advantages in the state of Florida as the Gators come calling, and Chief Osceola ready to get it started. Tallahassee. Moody flushed, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Today, we've got
Good evening, y'all. How are y'all doing? Getting set for kickoff. College football playoffs. Ole Miss versus Miami. The Rebs versus the Canes. I'm Mac McGee, set to bring you play-by-play. As soon as the scoreboard comes up, we'll bring it to you. As it was set for 7:30, but they never quite get it going right at 7:30, so we knew it would be a few minutes late. My guess is it'll be in the next 5-10 minutes or so, we'll get the kickoff. It's good to see everybody in the chat. Welcome aboard.
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game.
We are live.
Okay. So let me hit that thing off and turn that thing off. And let's get rolling for what should be one heck of a ball game, as Miami is a 3-point favorite in this game. And if you're looking at the keys to this game, I really think it comes down to, can Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback of Ole Miss, can he play? It doesn't have to be a perfect game, but I think it's got to be an exceptional game against this Miami defense and keep up, because I do think Miami is going to put a lot of points on the board. This Ole Miss defense has gotten gashed, and the fact that they're the last SEC team standing is a little shocking, considering the SEC normally brains itself on defense. Ole Miss is not a defensive club. Winner of this game takes on the winner of tomorrow night's game, Indiana versus Oregon. We won't be bringing that to you. We are going to be doing our Once Upon a Pastime series tomorrow night before the game. That starts at 5:30, so we get it done well before the game starts. And for those of y'all who like the history of the game, we're going to take on the GOATs you ought to know, which means players who have played the great game over the years that people don't talk enough about, because they always mention the same greats of the past. We're going to do a much deeper dive. So we're getting set for that, and we're getting set for tonight's game. And one guy you want to keep an eye on Miami's side, it's Malachi Toney. He gets the ball in his hands. The guy can absolutely scoot. He's a lot of fun to watch. He's going to be hard for Ole Miss to bottle up. And Trinidad Chambliss on the other side for Ole Miss. It's going to be all about him riding his arm and his legs. He's a dual-threat quarterback. And we'll be hoping to hopefully have a really – I think we're going to get an exciting game. If you're looking for one lean or the other, I don't have one on the winner per se, but I do think the overheads. And they're about to hit the national anthem. So while they do that, let me go ahead and see if I can find our national anthem standalone. And we will play it. Here it is, the national anthem. And then we're set.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We're just about set as Ole Miss and Miami duel in the desert. They are playing out in the Fiesta Bowl. As the fireworks go off here at the stadium, huge American flag over the field. Looks like it's covering darn near the entire 100 yards of the field. Just a little bit of green you can see. And they'll get the flag properly taken off the field, and we'll be set for play-by-play. We're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, Rebs Canes, do or die here in the college football playoffs.
Don't you love when you get that burst of energy to reorganize your entire house, but then that burst goes away and you're forced to face what you just did?
You got a 5?
Yeah.
How did you get a 5?
I found my ball.
You found that ball?
I found that ball.
How'd you get it out of the woods? You were pretty deep in there.
I had a good lie.
Yeah, you had a good lie, all right.
It takes a special pair of eyes to hit a baseball, and the focus of Hank Greenberg was always on the task at hand. So much so that pitchers almost knew what to expect the moment they released the ball.
A smashing single to left field. Big Hank, the league's leading hitter, streaks down to first.
In less than 1,400 career games, Greenberg inflicted an awful lot of damage.
Absolutely strong, and he happened to be an exceptional physical specimen.
In an era that featured some of the game's greatest sluggers, Hank still stood out. 4 times he led the league in runs batted in and was a 2-time MVP.
Greenberg was known for coming through with men on base. 1937, he had 183 RBIs. 183.
1 year later, he smashed 58 home runs for one of 4 home run titles.
You happen to be looking for a pitch, and fortunately the pitcher will throw that particular ball in a certain spot, and you swing at that spot, you might have a home run.
As staggering as his numbers are, imagine what they might have been had he not lost so many prime years to serve his country in World War II.
There was no choice. Everybody joined up. I happened to be a second ball player to go in, so I was in close to 4.5 years.
If World War II hadn't happened, you're talking about somebody who had the raw skills to go on and hit 500 home runs, to drive in 1,800 runs.
Hank Greenberg is a Hall of Famer and one of the most ferocious hitters the game has ever seen.
What do you call a Mexican with a rubber toe? Roberto.
Welcome in, y'all. Grab you a cold one. Pull up a chair. College football playoffs. You got the ACC versus the SEC. Miami set to take on Ole Miss. Tomorrow night, it's a Big Ten showdown. It's Oregon versus Indiana. A lot of folks are saying they believe that that is the national title game, the winner of that's. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think Miami could beat either one of those teams. If Ole Miss makes it, it's going to take a Herculean effort by Trinidad Chambliss for these next 2 games. Very similar to what he did against Georgia. But to do it game in and game out, I think you're asking a lot. But if they get there, I think the entire world will be pulling for them just because of the whole drama that's followed this Ole Miss team, because not to their doing, it's because of their ex-coach Lane Kiffin and the antics that he has pulled. But we are set for a wonderful night of football. It looks like the Miami Hurricanes are coming onto the field first. They'll be wearing white top to bottom, white helmets, white jerseys, white pants, green and orange, striped down the sides. The U in orange and green on each side of the helmet. And Ole Miss is set to take the field in their baby blue uniforms with the blue helmets and gray pants. Supposedly it was the jersey that Lane Kiffin hated the most, and so the team has rallied behind it. If y'all haven't seen this nonsense that's gone on with Lane Kiffin, when he first took the job at LSU, he went ahead and said that if you're going to come with me, you better be on the plane. Then he got a lot of pushback, and he said, okay, those coaches can go back and help coach Ole Miss against Georgia. He didn't think they would beat him. Well, they beat him. And so now he's changed his tune again and has the coaches bailing out of this game. It's been a back and forth and back, and you can imagine he's getting a lot of backlash. I just saw a clip of Jimbo Fisher dragging him over the coals. And I know Jimbo Fisher's not exactly what people think of when they think of the high morals of college football, the way he left FSU and whatnot, but his point was, I think it's a good point. If you're going to leave, but don't keep changing the rules on the kids. And so that's where we're at. Miami will once again have a bunch of ex-players on the field with them. You don't see that much with the other teams nowadays. I think mainly because by the time these guys hit their 50s, like they have jobs and families and whatnot, but the Miami guys are still hanging out, trying to – you'll see them do their antics on the sidelines every time Miami has a big play. They're going for the coin toss. And everybody's beating on the field. Eli Manning is on the field for Ole Miss. I haven't seen him before in the playoffs out there. We are just about set, waiting for the corner. You'd think they would get all this nonsense out of the way much earlier in the game. Referee is taking his sweet time showing everybody the coin that he found to be able to do the coin toss, so we wait on him. And I don't know why, but Ray Lewis is out there on the field. He's involved in the conversation. It's just really odd. You'd think you'd let the captains of the team do all the talking, but trying to relive their youth. Pete Golding versus Mario Cristobal. Of course, Golding, this is just his third game of his career, and he's taking over the Ole Miss program. Good to see everybody in the chat. Who we got here? We got Raymond and PETA. I see Aswas, Richard, Gary the Real McCoy. Let's see who else we have in here tonight. Daniel Barry, Pushing Buttons, was in here earlier. And we are still waiting for the kickoff. So you're not missing any action. We're just waiting for them to get it together. They're still doing pre-game interviews on the sidelines. This is a whole charade. As soon as the scoreboard pops up, we will put it on. We're still waiting for that to kick in. As Miami is set to kick off, Ole Miss will receive, so Miami deferred to the second half. And the kickoff will be going right to left across your radio dial. Carter Davis set to kick off for the Hurricanes from the 35-yard line. And we are set, and the kick is up. High end over end kick going sailing in and out of the end zone, and the Ole Miss Rebels will set up shop at their own 25-yard line. I think the scoreboard is kicking in, so let me put it on the screen for you. So here we go, 15 minutes on the clock. We are set. Shotgun formation, one man high, 3 low single back set. We're going left to right across your dashboard on your radio dial. Snap and firing over to the right-hand side. The ball is caught for about a 2 or 3 yard gain. It'll be second, about 8. Good pass from Chambliss over there. It'll be second and about, we'll call it about 7, maybe 8. Good pitch and catch. They gave him almost 4 yards, so second and 6. Shotgun snap, handoff up the middle. And that'll be Kevin Lacey pushing his way for about call it a 1 yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 5, 14:26 on the clock and counting. If you're just joining us, 0-0 your score. And we've got an injured Miami Hurricane on the field. I believe, I'm only getting a side view right now, but that looks like Ahmad Montez Sr. for the Hurricanes, so they'll tend to him. Try to see what happened here as they push forward, get to about the 30-yard line. He's getting up. He's walking on his own accord. Little gingerly, but he may be back. Doesn't look like it's a devastating injury. They're marking it 3rd and 4, so they're going to give him all the way up to the 31-yard line. 3rd and 4, 14:18 on the clock. As they sub him in, Chambliss gets the call from the sideline. Third and 4, 14:09 on the clock and counting. Shotgun formation, ball at the 31-yard line. Chambliss looking at the Hurricane defense who are showing blitz. Man in motion out of the backfield. Here's the snap. Chambliss looking over. He's going to get flushed out of the pocket, fires over the right-hand side, and it'll fall incomplete, and it'll be 4th down and 4, and the Hurricanes bring the heat, and Ole Miss will have to punt after a quick 3 and out to start the game. They brought pressure up the middle and got enough on the inside pressure to force Chambliss out of the pocket. He really had nowhere to go, had to flip it to the outside. I thought he might get caught with a intentional grounding, but he looks like he might have gotten out of the box. It's a little close there. I think they gave him the benefit of the doubt. So 13:52 on the clock. Ole Miss set to punt. 4th and 4. They did call, so make it 4th and 17. Here's the snap. The kick is high, end over end, and takes a good bounce. Tony's got it. He'll be dropped at about the 37-yard line, and it's a good start for the Hurricanes. Kind of a dangerous return there for Tony. Electric returner, electric receiver. He was able to hold on to the ball in a swarm of Ole Miss defenders and Carson Beck and company. 27 touchdowns on the year, 10 interceptions. And the Hurricanes will take over at about their own 35-yard line. Beck, pistol formation. Here's the snap. The handoff up the middle, weaving his way, diving ahead to about the 40, we'll call it 42-yard line. Good run by the Hurricanes. It'll be 2nd and short. Good run there by Mark Fletcher Jr. 6'2", 225-pound junior. 2nd and 5, 13-12 on the clock. 0-0 your score. Ball at the 40-yard line, just past it. Here's the snap. Beck drops back to pass. Fires it over the right-hand side. The ball is caught and knifing his way. Throwing a stiff arm, dives out of bounds, and it's a Miami Hurricane first down. Good pitch and catch over there. Looked like that was Keelan Marion with the catch. And the first down takes them almost to midfield. Ball placed at the 48-yard line. 1st and 10, 12:38 on the clock. Going right to left across your radio dial. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Play action pass. Fires it down the left-hand side, and a wide open receiver overthrows him. Intended pass for Tony and misses him, and he was dangerously close to keeping that up too high for an interception for Ole Miss. He's got to be careful there. He was wide open. If he leads him down the center of the field, Tony's going to go 6. The ball was thrown over his back left shoulder, but if he leads him out in front, which is where the play was designed, there was no safety help there, and the Ole Miss Rebel defense caught a break on that one. Pistol formation, 2nd and 10. Here's the handoff up the middle, and Fletcher will push his way for about a 2-3 yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and about, we'll call it 8 yards to go, maybe 7. 12:17 on the clock. Now 12 minutes and counting down. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Beck drops back to pass, looking. He's going to tuck it and run. Diving ahead. He'll be short, but it'll be very close. We'll call him about a yard short. It'll be 4th down. You think the Hurricanes will probably go for it. That's usually the MO in today's college football. If it's that close, teams normally go for it, and I don't see that changing here. So Beck tucked it and ran. Thought he might get to it, but good hustle by the secondary of the Ole Miss Rebels gets him down. So 4th and a very short 2, closer to a long 1. Pistol formation. Beck hands it off up the middle, and pushing and prodding his way for a Miami first down is Fletcher once again. Canes push it again for a first down, and they're knocking on the door. Field goal territory. They had him stopped at the original spot, but he kept pushing and churning his legs, and the Miami offensive line pushed Ole Miss all over the field, and it'll be 1st and 10. There is a defensive timeout. Ole Miss. It's like they have an injury to take a look at. Looks like that was Andrew Jones, the linebacker. They're going to take a quick break. We'll take it with them. We'll be back in a flash. Canes with the ball in Ole Miss territory here in the college football playoffs.
It's a balk automatically with the men on.
He's never been called for a balk in his career, Luke Weaver.
Well, the umpires don't know about what they're doing.
Pedro. I think we're on a delay. Fingers crossed. We'll clean that up for the rear. That was run.
You guys supposed to be some type of rap group?
What? Oh, and who are you supposed to be, a mariachi band?
Yes, actually.
Oh, my fault.
Shouldn't you guys be stealing or getting arrested or something?
Shouldn't you be mowing my lawn?
Here is Johnny Mize.
The big cat pounced on pitchers in the National League from the moment he put on a uniform.
Johnny Mize came up to the majors in 1936 with the Cardinals. He was a 300 hitter right out of the box, good power.
And he forged his lifetime .312 average in a unique way. Following the 1941 season, Mize was dealt to the Giants. But 1 year later, duty call, and he was off to war.
World War II really affected Johnny Mize's career. He's a guy who never got to 400 home runs, which is amazing because in his prime, he was among the most feared hitters in baseball.
Mize lost 3 prime years to the war, but still hit 359 home runs.
Mize started the All-Star game at first base for the National League 4 times before World War II, 4 times after World War II.
And he'd share the NL home run crown with Ralph Kiner in consecutive seasons.
Both with the Cardinals and then with the Giants. He was never a part of the World Series team. And then late in the 1949 season, the Yankees purchased Mize's contract from the Giants.
Big John Mize wraps one into the right field stands for a home run.
The big cat's clutch pinch hits helped the Yankees win 5 straight titles and earned Mize a World Series MVP award in '52. A ring for every finger on this Hall of Famer's hand.
Someone broke into my house last night and stole all my antidepressants. I hope they're happy.
Welcome back. Raymond, the subscribers is normally on. You want to come in and chat? All you got to do is hit the subscribe button. Here's the snap, shotgun formation, handoff off to the right-hand side, and Miami will push it ahead for about a 3-4 yard gain. It'll be second long. Good run over there by Shamar Brown. Shotgun formation, 2 high, 1 low. Single back set. Beck sends a man in motion. It's Tony. Keep an eye on him. Here's the snap, and he'll flip it over to Tony. Tony makes the catch, and he'll knife his way for about a 3 or 4 yard gain. Very close to the first down, but I think he's going to be spotted just short, and I mean just short. It'll be third and very short. We'll call it maybe 1. I guess you haven't paid attention, Raymond, but we've had it on subscriber mode for 6 months, maybe. A lot of it was to get rid of the spam. 3rd and 1. Beck is under center now. It's a long one. They did not give him as high as I thought they'd give him. Drops back to pass, flips it over to the right-hand side. The catch is made. Fletcher makes first tackler miss. He'll push his way through for another Miami first down. Ole Miss defense getting pushed around once again. They're going to have to make some plays in this game. They're not going up against that Georgia offense that kind of sputtered here and there. They're going to go up against this Miami offense that will put points on the board. They're going to stick with them. They've got to make some big stops. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. Fletcher pounding his way through for about a 4 yard gain. It's 2nd and 6. Nothing. Your score, 8:15 on the clock. Miami on their first drive, very methodical drive. That's what you can expect from Miami. They can hit the big play as they try to hit Tony over the middle just a few plays ago. But all in all, they've been a ground and pound and work your way down the field, rely on that defense. Beck under center, here's the snap. And the handoff up the middle. Fletcher dives ahead, and he'll be just about a yard or so short. It'll be 3rd down. Speak of the devil as soon as I mention it. 3rd and 3. They spotted him back a few yards. It looked like he got close to about a yard and a half, but they gave it back to the 3rd and 3. So the Hurricanes will stay in shotgun formation. I think they are going to go into a bit of a wildcat. Tony is behind the line. Here's the snap. Tony takes it. He will be dropped for about a 1-yard loss. It'll be 4th down. They tried to take Tony off to the left-hand side, and a good wrap-up tackle over there on the left-hand side by the Ole Miss Rebels defensive line. Looked like that was Cam Franklin, and the Hurricanes will set up for a field goal. I thought they may go for it. 4th and 4 seems to be the nowadays. If it's 4 or longer, it's an iffy. And here's the snap. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And the Miami Hurricanes are on the board with the 3-0 lead. So they take the opening touchdown, the opening drive, and they don't get the touchdown, but they do get the field goal. They take the lead. It's 3-0. We'll be back in a flash. Ole Miss gets the ball when we return.
People often ask, what's the best way to handle a manager who sits on their phone all day and complains about work not being done? Well, I'm going to share with you the one sentence I use that works every single time.
Get your ass up and show us how it's done then, B!
I'm not going to stay silent any longer. The following groups of people need to be deported immediately. People who ride tandem bicycles. Couples who share email or social media accounts. People who say yummy or delicious about anything other than food. Anyone who says lovemaking. Disney adults. Couples who sit on the same side of the booth. People who do that how old do I look thing.
You play real good, you start. You don't play as good, you work your way back in. It's the American way, except America has gotten soft. And so I apologize to nobody for that.
Hi, I'm Albert Pujols with the St. Louis Cardinals.
Consider that in each of his first 9 seasons, Pujols has hit over 300 with more than 30 home runs and 100 RBIs. The only man in history ever to do so. That's remarkable.
Pujols smokes it! Way out of here, the Cardinals win it!
He has a small man's swing, and he has a big man's power.
Pujols has given St. Louis the lead! A dramatic, towering 3-run home run!
When you watch that guy hit, you start thinking someone could throw 120 miles an hour, and Albert Pujols would not have trouble getting around on it.
It's a gunner! A gunner!
He's just got one of those swings that's naturally made to hit a baseball.
Albert Pujols is 5 for 5 with 3 home runs.
Pujols is a perennial all-star and a multiple MVP award winner.
Albert Pujols, you talk about a most valuable player.
Welcome back. 3-0 your score. Hurricanes are set to kick off as they've taken the early lead here on Ole Miss. Ole Miss, a quick 3-and-out on their first possession. They'll be looking to try to push that ball. You love to at least tie it up here if you're Ole Miss, but you at least want to get a first down. As thin as that Ole Miss defense has been all year long, the last thing you want to do is start putting them out there on the field over and over and over again. You got to give them time to rest up. I think Ole Miss will be they're just hoping to slow Miami down, force them into field goals like they did right there, and hoping that they can take advantage of the secondary of Miami. Up front is where Miami really does their business. They're meat and potatoes on the offense and defensive line. It's going to be all about Trinidad Chambliss and what he can bring to the table. Miami set to kick, and the kick is up. Carter Davis, high, end-over-end kick, in and out of the end zone, and Ole Miss will set up at their own 25-yard line to get it going. Looks like ESPN's going to go to another commercial. We'll stay right here with you. I don't know if y'all saw any of the news today for you baseball fans, but Braves did make a minor move today. Wasn't anything earth-shattering, but we'll go over that real quick. I think the biggest thing that came out of it was the fact that they claimed the left-handed pitcher Ken Waldachuk off of waivers from the Athletics, and they DFA'd Vidal Brujan. That one shocked me a little bit. I thought he might stick around for another season for depth, but they had to make room on the 40-man, and that's the guy they decided to kick out. Miami's a 3 or 3.5 point favorite, depending on the book, Deb. The over-under was anywhere between 51.5 and 52.5. Yeah, Tally, we went over all that on Braves Country today about their options for starting pitching depth. We won't go back over all that stuff, but a move is coming. We just have to see where they decide to go. I went over it today, but there's no chance that they make a move for anyone with a qualifying offer. So it immediately takes 5 names out of the hat. Miami set to take the field here, 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. I don't understand. They just went to commercial break for the kickoff, and then they do this long 2.5, 3-minute commercial break again. Football is the worst about this kind of stuff. Oh, we've only got 5 more weeks till baseball returns. $3-0 your score. And Ole Miss will take the ball at the 25-yard line, 1st and 10, second possession of the game. They win a quick 3-and-out their first time. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Shotgun formation. 2 receivers high, 1 low, man in motion. Chambliss gets the snap, drops back to pass. Here comes the blitz, drops it off to the right-hand side. The ball is caught, bouncing off the defender and spinning his way for about a 3-yard gain. Good catch over there on the side by the Ole Miss Rebels. Looked like that was Hugh Lacey once again. Hugh Lacey, the tailback. 2 receivers high, 2 low. Single back set, no huddle. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Chambliss this time keeps it off to the right-hand side. Stiff arms. Gets maybe a 1-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and long once again. 3rd and about, we'll call it 6. Shotgun formation, ball at the 29-yard line. 3 receivers high. Empty backfield. Here's the snap. Here comes the heat. Fires over the right-hand side. The ball is caught. Nope, the ball is dropped. And it'll be another 3-and-out. And Ole Miss will send their special teams back out there. It's 4th down. Ole Miss really just getting out physicaled in this game so far. You make an argument there was a bit of a late hit on Chambliss by today's standards, but no call was made. I think the defender did try to hold up, but he did pop the quarterback. A lot of times you get the call on that. He didn't get it there. Here's the snap, high end over end kick, and the ball is going to be out of bounds. Miami will take over at their 22-yard line. This is the most dumbfounding thing about the college football playoffs that I see is the fact that they do not reseed. Had they reseeded, Miami would be facing Indiana and Oregon would be facing Ole Miss. We'll be back in a flash. They're going to yet another timeout. 3-0 your score. Miami gets the ball when we return.
Pretty sure that behind every girl whose love language is physical touch, is her best friend who can't even stand the thought of getting a hug.
Pitch to Peters, swung on, hit the outer way. That's way back there. That is a home run. Pete Rose starts off with a home run. He's just a damn good.
Hi y'all, it's time for Appalachian Word of the Day. The word of the day is urinal. Now honey, I don't know why you yelled at me like that, but guess what? You're in a lot of trouble right now.
The Angels back then, they're a doormat. The redheaded stepchild compared to the LA Dodgers, the marquee Dodgers.
The highlight of being traded to the California Angels was I was going to get to meet Gene Archer. I was going to a team that was in the development stages, so probably was going to get to pitch on a regular basis.
First 7 innings, he's got 16 and 17 strikeouts. The last batter of the game is Norm Cash.
I look at him as he walks in the batter's box, and I didn't know what he had, but I knew he didn't have a bat.
He had taken a leg off of a table in the clubhouse, came out there to bat with this table leg.
I told Ron Luciano, the umpire, he can't hit with that. And he says, it doesn't matter, Ron. He says, I can't hit him anyway.
Leave it to Norman for a little levity, and Ron Luciano is breaking up behind the plate. And these fans now are cheering for Nolan Ryan. Here it comes. He pops it up. A tough play. No hitting for Nolan Ryan.
Okay, how many drinks have you had tonight, sir?
7 Guinness, 15 glasses of wine, and 11 shots of tequila.
That's a lot, but that's still no excuse why your wife should be driving.
Welcome back. Three to nothing your score. Miami's got the ball once again. Yeah, you can't see when because I've noticed it before because I do it through our application. So I can ban them all the way to where certain ones can't come back again. But the mods catch it faster and are able to delete it off the screen to get that junk out of y'all's way. So I basically am just cleaning up afterwards. 1st and 10, ball at the 23-yard line. Here's the snap, handoff off to the left-hand side. Spinning and pushing his way is Jamar Brown. It's going to be about an 8-yard gain, 2nd down. So the Miami offense continues to push Ole Miss all over the field. Yeah, they really do help out because a lot of times I don't see it until much later because I'm trying to call the game as well. Sometimes I have my producer in here, but he doesn't do a lot of the football. He's more involved in the baseball. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Tosses out to the left-hand side. The ball is caught, pushing his way, and it's a Miami Hurricanes 1st down. 4:24 on the clock. Miami leads at 3-0. First quarter. Miami took their first possession and drove the field, set up an easy chip shot field goal for Carter Davis, and that's where we stand, 3-0 Hurricanes. Here's the snap, drops back to pass. Beck fires it over the middle. The ball is caught, and Tony falls down about the 49-yard line. 1st down Hurricanes. Looks like you got another injured player, Ole Miss. Trying to see who that is. Trying to make out that number on the field. As we look, I believe that's Dante Core. I can't see. I believe that's who it is. I can't make out the number, and his hair is over his name on the back of his jersey. Trying to see what happened here on the replay. They just kind of smacked into each other, kind of collided. Both going for the ball, and I don't think either one of them saw each other. That is Core. Dante Core. The defensive back. They're looking this over and over. I don't know if they may have called a... They must be questioning whether or not it's a targeting. That's not a targeting. Those are two guys that just collided with each other. None of that was intentional on either side. They did call a targeting, so we'll see if they clean this up or the referees don't right their wrong. Here's the call on the field. And it has been overturned, rightfully so. That was a really bad call there on the field to even think that might have been a targeting. Targeting also has to have intent. It can't be just leading with your helmet. It's got to be intent. And for those of y'all who are just listening on radio, can't see the game, the defender was heading towards the ball. He almost got there before the receiver did. They did not see each other. They just kind of clanked into each other. No intent there, but regardless, it's 1st and 10 Hurricanes. Ball just past the 50-yard line. Miami trying to score on their second drive of the game, already leading 3-0. 1st and 10, ball at the 49-yard line of the Rebels. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Here's the handoff. Off to the left-hand side, dancing, prodding his way back to the right-hand side, and pushing his way all the way down to the 29-yard line. And that's the Miami Hurricanes. First down, there is a flag on the field. Shamar Brown with a great run, but we might get a hold, and we will get a hold. So that's going to back the Hurricanes up. Looks like they're calling it, I believe that's on the tight end, Alex Bowman. So it'll be reset there, and the ball will be placed back into Hurricane territory. First and 16, so they did not give it the full 10 yards. They marked it at the spot of the foul. So 1st and 16, ball at the 45. Shotgun snap, flips it over to the right-hand side. Ball is caught and dropped after about a 2-3 yard gain. It'll be second down, and we'll call it about 13. Tony's coming back onto the field. Malachi Tony, 2025 ACC Rookie of the Year. They just try to find a way to get the ball in his hands. 3-0 your score, 2:28 on the clock, first quarter. Ball at the 48-yard line. Shotgun. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Beck pulls it up and flips it over to the left-hand side. That is a backwards pass. Here, he drops the ball, scoops it up, avoids one tackler, and gets down to about, we'll call it a 4-yard gain down to the 49-yard line. Good play over there by Fletcher after what was almost a disastrous play by Carson Beck. He threw it backwards about 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage as he was almost right at the line of scrimmage. And at first, Fletcher did not get the ball, had a hard time coming up with it, was able to scoop it, avoid the first defender. And now it's 3rd and 9. So 3rd and 9, ball at the 48-yard line of the Rebels. Shotgun formation, 3 high, 1 low, single back set. Here's the snap. And we're going to get a false start on the Hurricanes, I believe. Flags come out. They stop the play. And that will be a false start. It'll be 3rd down and long. as that was called on. Looked like big number 78, Matthew McCoy. It'll be 3rd and 14. .119 on the clock, shotgun formation. Beck looking in, trip set up high, one down low, single back set. And here's the snap, handoff, and they're going to do a halfback draw, and he's going to barely get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a half-yard gain, and it'll be 4th down. So a big play, a big stop there by the Ole Miss Rebels. Big play there. And here's the snap, the punt, high, kick towards inside the Ole Miss 10. It's going to bounce back out of the end zone, and the Rebels will take over a thrown 20-yard line. So after a good start to that drive, the Hurricanes shoot themselves in the foot with a couple of holding calls, and of course also the bad throw by Beck. We'll be back in a flash. Ole Miss gets the ball. They've been dominated so far, but they only trail by 3. Chambliss gets the ball when we return.
I don't know who needs to hear this today, but whatever you're going through is going to get better. It's probably going to get worse before it gets better, but it will eventually get better. Or it won't. You know, you may be...
Well, they faked us out. They did not go to break, so here we go. 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. Handoff off to the right-hand side, and Ole Miss will get about a yard on the gain. Diving ahead, spinning off of one tackle. Looks like that was Kewan Lacey. 3 high, 1 low. Shotgun formation, and flags fly. Is that a false start or is it an offsides? Contact was made by the Miami defensive line, but were they drawn? And it will be an offsides, so it'll be 2nd down and about 4 to go. Just a mental mistake there over there by David Blade Jr. 1 second on the clock, 2nd and 3. The clock did stop the game clock for a second, but as they set the ball and wind it, that'll end the quarter. So Miami dominates the first quarter, but they only have a 3-point lead. Will that come back to bite them? We'll be back in a flash. We're here in Arizona in the college football semifinals. Miami leads it 3-0.
How did you survive the coronavirus, Dad?
I drank a ton of bourbon.
Legend.
I am trigender, which means like a triangle, I have 3 genders.
Oh, that's nice, honey. I wish you'd try to find the right dosage. Listen, I'm gonna get hate for this one way or the other, because if you take a stance in the middle, including in a threesome, people will always judge you. But if you want to call yourself a chick, you want to call yourself a dude, that's something I can get behind, because at least that way I'm not in the middle, because of the aforementioned threesome. Seriously though, I couldn't give 2 you know, do you, but do it quieter. But anything outside of that just feels like the lamest, laziest way to get attention. And I know you're gonna ask, why do you care? Well, you know, if you have kids, they're gonna be intermingled with my kids at school, and then my kid's gonna tell your kid, listen here, Fruit of the Loom, nobody even likes Tri-Blend, and then I'm gonna get a call in, I'm gonna have to take my kid, take time out of my day to take them out of school, and then we're gonna go get ice cream and probably go to Dave & Buster's and spend the day to get... disregard. Continue.
Day 1, no sports gambling. Day 2, no sports gambling. Day 1, no sports gambling. Day 1, no sports gambling.
Koufax, fastball, got it. Strikeout number 8.
In 1965, Sandy Koufax set baseball's single-season strikeout record with 382. No one thought it could be broken. Well, having someone to chase after was great motivation for Nolan. And in 1973, he was hot on Sandy's heels. In his final start of the season, Nolan was 16 strikeouts away from breaking his idol's record.
There is 375. Here is the pitch to Killebrew, a fastball. Hey, there is 380.
Guys are coming back and say, boys, we're in for a tough night tonight.
They were swinging and missing.
One more strike. That would tie Koufax. Ryan straightens. Here's the pitch. He's got it.
Standing ovation again for Pete Rose.
Welcome back. Three 3-0 your score, and Ole Miss has the ball once again. We're about to set to start the second half of the second quarter of play. Excuse me. I think most people are pulling for Ole Miss just because of the whole Lane Kiffin thing. Like, I don't know how he does not understand that he just absolutely is a PR nightmare. And he normally wins wherever he goes, don't get me wrong, so I'm sure LSU will do well, but he's a PR nightmare no matter where he goes. All right, here we go. They moved the ball all the way up, about 3.5 yards. I said 2nd and 4. We'll call it 2nd and 3. Shotgun formation, and the handoff up to the right-hand side. That ball's going to bust free up to the 40, 45, 50, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 10, 15, 5. Touchdown, Lacey and the Ole Miss Rebels!
Are you ready? Hell yeah! Yeah, right!
Keywan Lacey, 73-yard touchdown. And the Miami Hurricane fans are stunned out here in the desert. 2 plays, 80 yards on the drive, and after a quarter of dominance, we talked about it just before we went to break, Ole Miss has the lead and set to make it a 7-3 lead if the extra point is good. Here's the kick. The kick is up. It's high. It's good, and it's 7-3 Ole Miss. Point made by Lucas Carnero, and the Ole Miss Rebels run what was a basic handoff up the middle. Wasn't even really much of a draw play. It was just a hand up right up the middle, and he hit the seam, and once he got past the second layer, there was nobody back there. And Keywan Lacey and the Ole Miss Rebels have taken a 7-3 lead here in the desert, and they're back in this one. We'll take a quick break. When we return, Hurricanes get the ball. 7-3. We might have ourselves an old-fashioned shootout here in the desert.
For f***'s sake, the Nigerians are drinking us under the table. Nigeria now consumes more Guinness than Ireland and the UK. This is a disgusting fall from grace for the Irish people. There are 5 million healthy drinking age Irish people and only 240 million Nigerians. That means we can...
We are back. 7-3 your score. The kickoff is high, end over end, in and out of the end zone. And the Hurricanes will let it bounce, and they'll take over the ball at 25-yard line. And Carson Beck will go back to work. An explosion here just moments ago. If you're just joining us, Miami Hurricanes dominated the first quarter. The first play of the second quarter, after leading 3-0, and they drove the ball into Ole Miss territory 2 times, only got the field goal out of it. Second play of the drive, first play of the second quarter, Keywan Lacey goes 73 yards, pay dirt, and it's 7-3. Shotgun formation, single high, 2 low, man in motion. Here's the snap. Tony's going over the middle, and the ball is caught over the right-hand side. And there's a little bit of debate there on the sidelines whether or not the catch was made. That was not Tony. That was C.J. Daniels. It did look like he made the catch. Ole Miss guys on the sidelines were trying to lobby with the umpires over there, but it did look like he made the catch. It's 2nd and 3. 14:25 on the clock. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Shotgun formation, ball at the 32-yard line. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle and pushing his way close to the 44-yard line. Once again is Mark Fletcher, and it's a Miami Hurricane first down. Hard run up the middle. So both teams have found a lot of real estate up the middle. First and 10, 13:36 on the clock here in the second quarter. Here's the play action pass. Beck all day, fires to the right-hand side, and there's going to be a pass interference call on the Ole Miss Rebels over on the left-hand side. See who that marker is going to be on. It was definitely interference, but what's more concerning if you're looks like that was Perkins for the Rebels. He was climbing up the back of Fletcher. But what was more concerning about that throw by Carson Beck, if you're a Hurricane fan, he shouldn't have thrown the ball there. Perkins was trying to run through the receiver because he would have beat the ball for an interception. Here's the snap, flips it out to the left side, wide throw. It's 2nd and 10. Another bad throw by Beck, but it was a bad decision to throw the ball over into that area. Perkins just ran into the receivers. He was trying to cut in to pick it off. I mean, he was a week and a half late on that throw. That last throw was just a wide throw, trying to hit Tony in the flat. So 2nd and 10, 13:26 on the clock, shotgun formation. Ball at the 47-yard line of Miami. Here's the snap. Beck looks over, right-hand side, flips it over, and he will pitch and catch, and it's a Miami first down. Good catch out there in the flat. Pretty good catch out there by Joshua Moore. That throw was behind him. Beck's got to settle down. That's 4 or 5 throws to my count that have been wildly off target. Shotgun formation, ball at the 42-yard line. Beck drops back to pass, winds around, fires it deep down the field, and incomplete, overthrows his man Malachi Moore by about 10 yards. It'll be 2nd down. He had one-on-one down the sidelines. Pretty good coverage. That's saying something with that kind of speed. Tony had his man Clancy beat, but he had a chance to catch up with him as the ball was in the air. It'll be 2nd and 10. Hurricanes trail 7-3. They've got the ball at the Ole Miss 42-yard line. Third time they've been in Ole Miss territory. Shotgun formation, keeper by Beck. He'll slide off to the right-hand side, about a 3-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down. Probably 4-down territory, so trying to get a little more manageable. Third and 7, 12:18 on the clock. Shotgun formation, single back. Too high, too low. Ole Miss showing 5 on the rush. Drops back 1. Here's the snap. Beck, all day to throw. Fires it over the middle. The ball is caught, whacked after the Miami first down. Holds on to the ball. Good catch by Lofton as he was absolutely smacked across the chest. But it is a Miami first down. Threw a bullet over the middle. Lofton, who's listed as a tight end, He is being tended to on the sidelines. He got absolutely hammered on that catch. Here's the snap, and Beck drops the ball, cannot hold on to the snap. I think he wasn't paying attention, and he'll dive onto the ball. There's a flag on the field. See what the flag is. Right now it's about a 10-yard loss, but if that flag came before the snap, it may be a false start. See what they're calling for this. Cristobal was trying to call a timeout, but there's a flag on the field, so try to get that cleaned up. It looks like they gave him, wow. You're not happy with that if you're an Ole Miss fan. They gave him the late timeout call, though the ball had been snapped. We'll be back in a flash. Miami 1st and 10 when we return. Ole Miss leads by 4.
They're going to choke on the wrapper. I don't give a about these ducks.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but ordering delicious food when your wife is not at home is basically cheating. So just a heads up.
Big news, I learned something new from the youth today that I would like to share with you. New terminology that they're using, you might be aware of it. I, for one, was not aware of it. That is the term fine shite. Girls were standing around my desk and one of them referenced a fine shite. Naturally, I did have a follow-up question, and that question was, what?
On June 2nd, 1925, Lou Gehrig replaced an ailing Wally Pipp at first base for the New York Yankees. He'd proceed to set an unprecedented standard for consistency and durability. Gehrig went on to play 2,130 games in a row, a streak that earned him a nickname befitting his feat.
And to give you the name the Iron Horse, that is a tribute to what you represented to your teammates.
From 1926 to 1937, Lou Gehrig was as dominant a force as baseball has ever seen.
Gehrig was a savage hitter, and not necessarily a pull hitter. Gehrig was known to hit the most ferocious line drives in all directions.
Gehrig posted numbers that were off the charts. A lifetime .340 hitter. He won 3 home run titles, won the Triple Crown in 1934, and was a 2-time MVP. He was a finely tuned RBI machine who finished 5 shy of 2,000. The most runs driven in among first basemen in the modern era.
Gehrig was one of the most prolific RBI men in baseball history. Drove in 175, 174, 184, which still is the American League record.
Of course, Lou's career and life were cut short by the terminal disease that now bears his name. But his greatness on the field and his courage in the face of death will never be forgotten.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Money doesn't buy happiness, cool, but it would buy me takeout every day, and that would make me the opposite of sad.
Welcome back. Hurricanes 1st and 10. So what appeared to be a fumble back to the 35-yard line, instead they gave a very late timeout. Miami's got the ball, 24-yard line. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, pushing his way for about a 3-4 yard gain. It'll be 2nd down. As poorly as Beck has played here in this first half, I think what you have to do if you're Cristobal and company, you got to just keep the ball out of his hands. You're going to make very short pass plays. You're going to try to run the ball. Mississippi's defense is definitely giving up big chunks on the ground all year long. Shotgun formation, 2-man high. Tight end low, single back. Here's the snap. Beck looking to the left, fires over the left-hand side, and the ball is going to get deflected and knocked down. It's 3rd and 6. Good defense over there by the Rebels. Getting his arm up at the very last second was Jalen Braxton. So it's 3rd and 6, ball at the 21-yard line. Miami in field goal range. Shotgun formation. Beck drops back to pass, fires over to the left-hand side. Tony's got it, catches it, breaks 1 tackle, breaks 2, breaks 3, and he dives ahead for a Miami Hurricane 1st down. Very poor tackling there by Ole Miss. Miami takes it right down their throat once again. 1 man, 2 men, 3 men, 4 guys were there before the line to game, and none of them could bring him down. Poor fundamentals of tackling. It took 5 guys to eventually get a very small, very light ball carrier down with Tony. I think he comes in at about 165 pounds. Shotgun formation, handoff, up the middle. Pushing and prodding his way ahead for about a 5-yard gain, moving that Ole Miss defensive line, shoving it right back towards the goal line. It'll be 2nd and 5. Looks like Lofton's heading to the locker room. It was the tight end that made that catch. It got smacked in the chest. So what I thought was at first just him being shook up a little bit could be big loss for the Hurricanes. Shotgun formation, ball at the 8-yard line. Miami knocking on the door. Here's the handoff up the middle, pushing his way, bowling over the Ole Miss defensive line. It'll be 3rd down and a very, very short 2. Got to figure this is 2-down territory, 4-down territory for the Hurricanes, so they still have 2 downs to play with. 3rd and 2. Fletcher with 9 carries, already 45 yards, churning and burning his way through this Ole Miss Rebel defense. 8:44 on the clock and counting. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Miami knocking on the door. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle. Fletcher pushes his way, and he will get a 1st down. Will he get in the end zone? There's a scrum at the 3, and Ole Miss will hold the line, but not before the Hurricanes get another 1st down. So 1st and goal, 8 minutes left on the clock. Carson Beck gets under center, tight formation, I formation. Here's the snap, handoff, and slipping down below behind the line of scrimmage. That was Jamar Brown. Tried to cut to the right, and his feet just came out from under him. Might need to check his cleats. Maybe he's not wearing the right kind on this turf. Cristobal's beside himself. Still 2nd and goal, very manageable at the 4-yard line. 7:21 on the clock. Shotgun formation. No, he goes back under center. I formation. Handoff off to the right-hand side, pushing his way and diving into the end zone. Touchdown, Hurricanes. Jamar Brown makes up for that slip, and it's 9-7, Miami. Bowling his way over his own man and diving into the end zone. Laying on top of his own man as he pushed him along. That was the tight end for the Hurricanes. Laying on his back and pushing Brown over and into the end zone, and it's 10-7 as the kick is up, and kick is good. And we'll head to break. We come back. Ole Miss gets the ball, trailing by 3 once again. 10-7 your score. Seesaw affair out in the desert.
Favorite kind of friends are the ones that will text you, guess what I just did? And you have to wonder if they just went on a shopping spree or committed a felony.
Are Irish men romantic? No. These are vicious rumours being spread by Hollywood to put work on the common Irish man. We don't want to have to live up to Paul Mescal going around saying poems with his nice body. You won't find any of that in this country. He doesn't even understand what he's saying. He's just reading it for money, which I've got nothing but respect for. We are not the French. Thank God. I've been to France. They don't even want to themselves. I'll give you an example of an Irishman. Last year, a friend of mine bought his girlfriend a lovely Valentine's Day card, and in the middle of the Valentine's card it said in a beautiful font, Happy Valentine's Day. So he didn't write anything else in the card. He felt that was everything that needed to be said. If an Irishman really loves you, he's just going to start asking if you're hungry, because he wants to get a dinner into you. I don't care about if people are hungry unless I'm in love with them. I mean, I don't want them to starve.
In order to make our top 9, you had to have played at least 1,000 games at second base. That would be the only reason you won't see the great Jackie Robinson in this show. So let's find out who did make this most exclusive club, starting with number 9. Before Bobby Grich became a full-time power-hitting second baseman, he plied his craft at a different position.
Bobby was a shortstop originally, and we had to make room for him on the team.
He thought so much of Grich that they were able to send Davy Johnson, their second baseman, to the Atlanta Braves, and Grich really thrived.
There's a long drive, left field, way back, it's gone. The ball game is over.
Bobby did things that winners do. He was a terrific second baseman. He was fearless, the most intense player, or at least one of the most intense players that I ever played with.
Bobby Grich is the hero.
Major League Baseball, outfield Mount Rushmore. 3 greatest outfielders of all time. Who's your pick?
10-7 your score. Ole Miss set to receive. Ole Miss Rebels. "73-yard touchdown by Kewan Lacey has been the only real offensive output they've had so far tonight. Outside of that, they have a total, even with the 73-yard touchdown run, they have a total of 64 yards rushing, 8 yards passing. Chambliss has been dropped for 11 yards behind the line. And in college football, the number counts against your rushing, not your passing, as it does in the NFL. "10-7 your score. Ole Miss set to receive. Looked like Kewan Lacey, they had him warming up on the bike. I don't know if there's something wrong with him, but he does seem to have his helmet on, ready to roll. They were talking about a hamstring issue possibly. So we'll see if he's able to go back out there and tote the note. Here's the kickoff, high end over end kick, and that'll be in and out of bounds. And we'll get the touchback at the 25-yard lines where Ole Miss will take over. 7:09 on the clock. Mississippi trailing by 3. Starting to think it's time for at least the Power 4 conferences to start pushing their kickoff back to the 30-yard line, because we are seeing a lot of kickoffs in and out of the end zone during these college football playoffs. I don't know if I really want them to go to the NFL style of kickoff, because I'm not a big fan of it, but I do understand why they did it. 1st and 10 at the 25. Shotgun formation. 2 low, 1 high. Here's the snap. Chambliss drops back to pass. Flips it over to the right-hand side. Ball's caught. Pushing his way down the sidelines. And he will be out of bounds and get tossed. I don't think there's going to be a late flag. Miami defender slung the running back out of bounds, who caught the ball out there in the catch. It was Logan Diggs that made the catch. And the Miami defender looked like that was Jacob Thomas. I don't believe he realized he ran out of bounds. So 2nd and 3, handoff up the middle. Looks like that's Lacey pushing his way up ahead for about a 5-yard gain. Actually, that may not have been Lacey. That might have been Diggs. That was Diggs. It'll be 1st down, Ole Miss. Shotgun formation, 2 high, 1 low, single back set. Chambliss claps his hands, takes a snap. Play action. Looking, fires it deep down the left-hand side and out of bounds Receiver was tied up in good coverage. It'll be 2nd and 10. 6:11 on the clock. There is a flag on the play. See if that's any kind of interference or maybe holding on the offensive line. Wait the call, and it's going to be a personal foul. Late hit on Miami, and it's a Ole Miss first down. I believe that was Smith getting the call. Oh, he hit him in the head with his arm. That's going to get the call every single time in today's football. So 1st and 10. 4 penalties for the Hurricanes now for 34 yards, 2 for just 4 yards on Ole Miss. 1st and 10, shotgun formation. Single high, 2 low. Here's the snap. Play action. Fires it down the middle. Ball is caught all the way down to the 26-yard line, and it's an Ole Miss first down. Good pitch and catch. All the way down to the 27-yard line. Harrison Wallace III making the catch over the middle. Here's the snap. Shotgun formation. Slips it out to the right-hand side. Ball is caught. Weaving his way down to the 25-yard line. A gain of 2. Good catch out there on the left-hand side. Tony Johnson, the receiver, the senior. .528 on the clock. 2nd and 7, they're calling it. Ball just inside the 25. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. And Logan Diggs will get dropped at about the line of scrimmage. And it'll be 3rd and 7. So nothing doing there on that play. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 7. Line to gain is the 17-yard line. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Here comes the pressure. Chambliss looking. Got to get rid of it. Fires it deep down the right side. It's out of bounds. It'll be 4th and 7. We'll see if they caught. Chambliss was thumped out of bounds, and we'll see if he does not get a call on that play. It's over there on the Miami side. Giving chase, taking another look at it. Oh, I don't know. They've got an argument there. It was a late push. That was Are you kidding me? That was the same guy once again. They did not give the call, so it'll be 4th and 7, 4:42 on the clock. Ole Miss trying to tie it up. Place kicker. Canero. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is good. And it's 10-10. 4:38 on the clock. Will return in a flash. Miami gets the ball. Back and forth we go. 10-10 in the desert.
He died of natural causes.
You pushed him off the roof.
Yeah, gravity.
Okay, well, you clearly don't care, so why don't you just leave?
I would like to stay. This pertains to me.
I would like you to leave. Why don't you go outside and take a shot of insulin and have a nap, okay?
Why do you always assume I have diabetes?
You have a glass of apple juice and tell me that you don't have diabetes, okay? All right. See? Just the noise you made when you stood up. I could do...
Ryan D. Sandberg, a sure-handed second baseman with power and speed, earned 9 Gold Gloves, elected to 10 All-Star teams, and named the National League MVP in 1984.
And what a year it was for Sandberg in 1984. MVP and a bevy of offensive stats that spoke to his all-around game.
It was just one of those years where I just felt real comfortable and aggressive at the plate, and I got pitches to hit and I didn't miss them.
Every day he showed up and did something to help his team win. He may get 2 singles and then steal 2 bases and put himself into scoring position. I don't ever recall seeing him have a bad game.
He was as well-rounded player as I've seen.
There's probably a 3-4 year section of the 80s where if he wasn't the best player in the game, he was certainly in the top 5.
Sandberg had his most powerful season in 1990 when he hit 40 home runs, a feat that's been accomplished by only 2 other second basemen, Davy Johnson and Rogers Hornsby.
There's a drive.
would certainly love to have Ryan Sandberg on your team for 10 years.
Listen to the crowd, and he takes his bow.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
What's for dinner? Hey, chef, what's for dinner?
Welcome back. What is for dinner? I'm having taquitos and pigs in the blanket. How about y'all? My lovely wife was nice enough to heat some up as we're bringing you this game. And we got a tie score, 10-10. Ole Miss set to kick off from the 35-yard line. Here's the snap, the kick, high end over end, and that'll go in and out of the end zone once again. It'll be 1st and 10 Miami from their own 25-yard line. Ten to 10 your score. Miami has methodically moved through this Ole Miss defense at will tonight. Ole Miss hit on the one big play, but we're still knotted at 10 no matter how you look at it. 1st and 10 Hurricanes, ball thrown 25-yard line. 4:38 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Pistol set. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle and diving ahead for about a 1-yard gain is Mark Fletcher. 2nd and 9. Coming in to make the stop on the play was Ricky Fletcher, so a Fletcher on Fletcher play. He got up screaming and pounding his chest. It's 2nd and 9. Carson Beck, been a little bit off tonight, but his numbers aren't too bad. 10 of 14 for 82 yards. Shotgun, here's the pass, fires it over to the right-hand side. Good throw, good catch, and a great tackle. A shoestring tackle over there on the right side by Graves Jr. He prevented that from being a much bigger play. It'll be 3rd and about 5. He breaks that tackle. He's up the sideline for at least a 1st down, maybe a lot more. So a great play out there on the right-hand side. 3:38 on the clock and counting. Shotgun formation, ball at the 30-yard line. Line to gain is the 35. Too high, too low. Here's the snap. Beck looks back to pass, fires over the left-hand side. The ball is caught and bouncing out there out of bounds, making the catch on the play is Keelan Marion. He pounds his chest, and it's a Miami Hurricane. 1st down. Caught the ball at the 41-yard line and was able to push his way very close to midfield. See if he maybe stepped out. Oh, he did step out. See if they bring that spot back. They do. So the ball's at the 44-yard line. Keelan Marion, 3rd catch for 26 yards. Here's the snap. Flips it out to the left-hand side. The ball's caught, pushing his way. About a 3-yard gain and out of bounds. Looked like the tight end on the play there, Alex Bowman. It'll be 2nd and 7. Beck going no huddle. Shotgun. Here's the snap. Looking. Rolling out to his right. Beck looking here. Fires it deep down the field. Wide open for a touchdown pass. Touchdown catch. And it's Marion wide open. That Ole Miss defense gutted once again. Touchdown Miami. 52-yard strike. Nobody anywhere near him. This Miami offense is going through this SEC defense like a hot knife through butter. 16-10 your score, 2:18 on the clock. Ole Miss will get the ball and a chance to maybe answer before the half. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And Miami 17, Ole Miss 10. We'll take a quick break. When we return, see if the Ole Miss Rebels can answer in a good old barn burner in the desert.
I see when a raccoon gets drunk and passes out in a bathroom, it's a news story. But when I do it, I have a problem. Okay, all right. That's fine. Whatever.
When the hell are you going to admit that the war was wrong? I ain't talking about that war. I don't want to talk about that rotten damn war no more. I'm talking about something else. And what he done was wrong. Saying he won't go. Well, you think the whole people of this country can say whether or not they want to go to war? You couldn't get a decent war off the ground that way. All the young people would say no. Sure they would. Because they don't want to get killed. And that's why we leave it to the Congress, cause them old crocks ain't gonna get killed.
I ain't never heard a white person say they at their cousin house. I ain't gonna lie, he got a point.
Hey, it costs nothing to be a decent freaking human being. Y'all quit being buttholes on here.
Welcome back. Kickoff is high and deep, end over end, out of bounds. Well out of bounds, back out in the back of the end zone, and the Ole Miss Rebels will take over. Set up shop at their own 25-yard line, trailing 17-10. 2:18 on the clock. So they do have plenty of time to get in field goal range, maybe more. Time is not on their side. Shotgun formation, Chambliss looks at 3 high, 1 low, sends a man in motion, single back. Here's the snap. Fakes the handoff, fires over the left-hand side. The ball is caught, but a low throw. You get about a 3-yard gain as the receiver slipped. His knee hit the ground. Second down. 2 minutes left as the 2-minute warning chimes in. And we will head to break. 2-minute warning. Ole Miss has the ball. 2nd and 6 when we return their own 29-yard line, trailing by 7 against the Miami Hurricanes.
Should we start drinking now so we have a nice buzz when we get there? We're only going to Walmart.
Welcome back to another episode of the podcast. Today's guest, my radiator. Anything else? Thanks.
Bro, I ain't got to worry about my wife cheating. I got to worry about her driving like she got 9 lives, running her mouth like she's 6'4", and if she's actually ate anything today, or is she just still running off pure rage and caffeine.
I ain't nothing but an old country gal. You know, I like sitting outside, sitting by the campfire, drinking Coors, waving at neighbors, petting my dog, drinking some more Coors. It ain't nobody bothering you about nothing.
You better not be burning any trash over there.
You
armchair.
For 20 years, Henry Louis Aaron had been the quietest of superstars, self-assured, utterly reliable, intensely private. Born in Mobile, Alabama, seasoned in the Negro Leagues, he played brilliantly for the Braves, first in Milwaukee and then in Atlanta. But as the 1973 season drew to a close, he was suddenly the focus of even more attention than Roger Maris had endured 12 years earlier. He was just 15 home runs short of Babe Ruth's lifetime record of 714.
There it goes.
Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back. Good to see some more folks in the chat. See Stevie O in Charlotte. I know I saw Tree Nug sneak in here a little while ago. Oh, Uncle Charlie's in here. I'm not sure if I had a chance to say hi to him, as was. Who else do we have in here as we head towards halftime? Royal Peter's still hanging out. Richard Talley. Gary. The real McCoy. Gary, I found something on the name McCoy that's going to be a clip this year that I think you'll like. I did not know where the saying the real McCoy came from, and I found it. Second and 6, 2 minutes left here in the first half. Ball at the 29-yard line. Shotgun formation. Chambliss claps his hands. Here's the snap. Hands it off up the middle and bouncing his way up the middle for about a maybe 2-3 yard gain. I believe that's Dixon again. Lacey has not been back in the game since they mentioned him having hamstring issues after that long touchdown run. So we'll see if he gets back in the game. They're still showing him on the sideline. He's standing there, but I think they're going to wait to get him into halftime to see if he can possibly come out for the third quarter. 3rd and 2, shotgun formation, minute 30 on the clock. Here's the snap, keeper up the middle, and Dixon gets dropped right there at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 4th and 2. Miami was not tricked by that at all. They tried to run it up the middle, and the Hurricanes pounded their way through that Ole Miss offensive line and manhandled the line and took Diggs down. It'll be 4th and 2. I do not believe they'll go for it. See if Miami uses a timeout here. They do have 2 left. 4th and 2. 1:24 on the clock. And Miami has used a timeout, so we'll stay right here with you. Ten to 10 your score. 1:24 on the clock. Miami trying to force a punt here to get the ball back. Maybe get. Remember, Miami gets the ball to start the second half. So here we go. Here's the snap, the kick. High, deep, end over end. Fair caught at the 25-yard line. Miami with decent field position. 1 timeout. Sure, they'll be trying to get the ball into the hand of Malachi Toney. One more time to see if they can get in field position. $1:19 on the clock. Ole Miss playing fairly close up to the line. Thought they might be more in a prevent. Beck shotgun formation, 14 of 18 on the night. Drops back to pass. Looking, he's going to get sacked. Dropped at the 15-yard line. 1:13 on the clock. We'll see if Ole Miss may take a timeout. Came out of nowhere. Coming in on the play like a bat out of hell. Right up the gut. That was Princewell Unilaman. 6'5", 245-pound junior out of Austin, Texas. It'll be 2nd and 18. Ole Miss did take a timeout, so 1:13 on the clock. Now this may change Miami's strategy. They may just try to get Ole Miss to use their next 2 timeouts. So if they do have to punt to them, they're not going to have timeouts in their pocket to set up a field goal. 17-10 your score. Miami leads Ole Miss. They have dominated the game. 66 yards on the ground, 156 in the air. Ole Miss with just 42 yards passing, 74 yards rushing. 73 came on one run up the middle. The touchdown run by Lacey. He has not been back in the game. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 18 from the 17-yard line. Beck hands it off up the middle, and maybe a 2-yard gain. Ole Miss defense stifles the run. They'll call a quick timeout. Minute 10 left. It's 3rd and long. Timeout on the field, 3rd and 16. 1:10 on the clock. So you got to figure they're going to do another very conservative play here. And Ole Miss has to make sure that they don't let Miami break one out, because they're literally trying to give you the ball back. They're just trying to get you to use your timeouts. If they do throw the ball, I think it would be something very conservative, maybe a bubble screen over to Tony, something in that realm. They lead by a touchdown. They get the ball back to start the second half. They'd be happy right now just going into the locker room with a 7-point lead. Pistol formation. Shotgun set. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the right-hand side. Pushing and prodding his way and kicking his way. For about a 3-4 yard gain. Ole Miss will stand him up, and on the run, once again with Shamar Brown, nothing doing. Timeout is called, and there's 1:02 on the clock, and Ole Miss will get the ball one more time before the half. Miami will be set to kick the ball back to Ole Miss. You got to figure Ole Miss will get pretty good field position. Miami will be looking for a good punt out of here by Dylan Joyce. Dylan Joyce set to kick the ball from his own 10-yard line is where his feet set. Here's the snap. The punt is high, deep, end over end. Set up for the fair catch at their 31-yard line. So a good punt by Joyce, and Ole Miss will get the ball at their 31. There is 55 seconds left. Chambliss and company going to try to get back into the game. A field goal would be huge here on this drive, knowing you've got to punt the ball back to Miami to start the second half. Second half halftime festivities will be brought to you by the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy marching bands. Shotgun formation. Ball at the 31-yard line. 3 receivers high, 1 low, single back set. Chambliss changing the call at the line. And here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking. Drops it over to the left-hand side. Catch is made and dances his way out of bounds as Dixon for about a 5-yard gain. It'll be second down. Second down, 46 seconds left. The clock is stopped as Dixon did jump out of bounds. And Chambliss, same set, 3 high, 1 low, single back. And he flips the play once again. Miami showing 3 rush. And the 4th one is coming. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Fires over the right-hand side. Ball's caught. It's going to be an Ole Miss first down. Catch is made over there on the right-hand side by Harrison Wallace III. And see if Ole Miss may come up and spike the ball here. Clock is stopped here with 41 seconds. Now ticking. 40, 39. 36, and here's the snap. Drops back to pass, fires over the right-hand side. Jumps out of bounds is Wallace, and it's going to be about a 3 or 4 yard gain. 32 seconds left. The ball is at about just past midfield. They actually gave him a 6 yard gain. So the ball's sitting at the 49 yard line. Shotgun, too high, too low. Single back. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking. Fires to the left-hand side. Ball's caught. And diving ahead for a first down for the Ole Miss Rebels. They'll continue. Run up to the line. Spike the ball into the ground. 24 seconds left. 40-yard line. They have the field goal range line on the field is showing the 39. So they need about a yard, but you know they want to get a little closer than that. No timeouts left for the Rebels. 2nd and 10. 3 receivers high, 1 low. Single back set, Miami rushing 3. Now showing a 4th one sneaking up to the line. And I think Miami was going to use their final timeout. They are. So that's an interesting move there because they won't be able to try to ice the kicker if need be. Something on that play Cristobal and company did not like. He hit a 55-yarder. Now that was indoors at the Sugar Bowl last week, and a 56-yarder as well. So that's why they're pushing that line. And I'll tell you what, they're showing the replay on that. He had plenty to spare. But once again, it was indoors on the turf. Little different environment here in Arizona, though the ball does tend to carry in this stadium. 17-10 your score. Miami Hurricanes lead at 24 seconds left here in the second quarter. Ole Miss, 2nd and 10, Miami 40-yard line. Shotgun formation. Chambliss claps his hands, man in motion. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Fires to the left-hand side. Intercept. No, he drops it. He drops it. The Hurricanes almost had an interception. That might have been a pick 6. It was that close out there on the edge. And the ball is dropped. A horrific decision to throw that ball over there. And the Hurricanes literally let one slip through their hands. That was Dylan Day that dropped the ball. 3rd and 10 now, shotgun formation. Chambliss drops back to pass, fires it over the left-hand side. That ball is dropped this time by the receiver. The receiver on the play. Out there in the flat was wide open. It was a perfect throw. I believe that was Odom that dropped the ball, and now it's 4th down, and now they've got to go for a long field goal. He was going to be able to set up about 10 yards closer, and they were going to get out of bounds because there's only 16 seconds on there's still 16 on the clock. 4th and 10, here's the kick. It's up, it's high, it's deep, it's good! 58-yarder by the Ole Miss Rebels. What a kick by Lucas Carnero, and it's 17-13 as we have 11 seconds left on the clock.
Are you ready?
Hell yeah! Get ready! Mighty Tiny Guys flying to the L-E-A! Ole Miss fire!
We talked about it a few plays ago that when they showed the replay of those kicks, he had plenty of distance. And that ball there, it was a 57, 58-yarder, whatever they ended up deciding to call that. That had easily 5 more yards. So when they're showing his field goal range being, I mean, they might as well move that back to where he could easily hit 60. 17-13 your score. The kickoff from the 35, high and deep. end over end. It'll bounce out of bounds, and that's going to get Miami a good field position here. Big mistake by Ole Miss, 11 seconds on the clock. If Miami can get an out pass, they can set themselves up for a Hail Mary right before the half. I don't know why they went with that route. They were looking almost like a squib kick, but realistically, Nera has been hammering the ball out of the end zone all game long from both sides. And Miami from the 35-yard line, they're still going to take a knee. So there you go. They don't have a lot of faith in Carson Beck the way he's thrown the ball, but they have dominated the game on the scoreboard. They've dominated the game statistically, but they only have a 4-point lead. Miami does get the ball back when we return. We'll see you on the other side. Second half on the way. 17-13, Miami leads Ole Miss.
Dad!
What?
I know you drink a lot, but what the heck?
What do you mean?
Look what you had me for lunch yesterday. Half a taco from dinner last night. A hot dog bun. A whole thing of Greek yogurt.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
A piece of lettuce. A strawberry. A raw egg and a fat carrot.
Oh, my God. Would you just go get dressed for school?
I tell you, I never thought I'd get a chance to do this right here. This is about the fourth inning I went. This game's kind of dragging on a bit. I wouldn't blame them if they found out, that it's going to be a little bit longer and they went on to bed. I appreciate y'all staying. It means the world to me. People all the way up in the upper deck, people down here in the lower bowl, man, I love y'all so much. I'm so proud to be a St. Louis Cardinal for this long and to win 200 games the other day with everybody supporting me. It was a dream come true. The first one's called Hey Y'all, and it's all about growing up in the South. It's all about good manners and sitting up straight and respecting your elders, and I hope you like it. Let's play it for them, Gary.
300 writers who had largely ignored him till now began traveling with the team, determined to be on hand when he broke the record. But at season's end, his total was still one short of tying Ruth's mark. The pressure from the media and the fans continued all winter long. I was a prisoner in my own apartment, he said. I lived like an outcast in my own country. At one point, he was receiving 3,000 letters a day, most of them unsigned. I don't want them to forget Ruth, Hank Aaron said. I just want them to remember me.
get started back. We are back. 17-13, and Miami set to receive. Ole Miss about to kick this second half off. And here's the kickoff, high and deep. End over end, in and out of bounds, and Miami will set up shop at their own 25-yard line. (17-13) your score as Ole Miss is able to get a field goal right before halftime. Miami, big touchdown pass that took the 17-10 lead. Wide open 52-yard bomb out to Keelan Marion. Here we go. Shotgun formation, handoff up the middle, and Mark Fletcher will run it up for about a 3 or 4 yard gain at second down. (14:38) on the clock. Ball at the 28-yard line. Here's the snap. Beck looks over to the left-hand side, fires it over, and that ball is knocked down. Defended well. Dangerous pass by Beck. He's lucky to get that one back. Marion was blanketed there on the route. Over there with his hand all in his face was Chris Graves Jr. Junior out of Fort Myers, Florida. 3rd and 7, 14:24 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Beck directing traffic. 3 low, 1 high, single back set. Audibling once again. Here's the snap and thrown out to the right-hand side. They're going to dip it off to Tony. Tony's up about 5, 10, 15, almost a 20-yard gain. It's a Miami Hurricane first down. They found a pocket there on the left-hand side, and Tony just kind of slithered through the defense. Miami's got first down near midfield, ball at the 47-yard line. Malachi Tony now with 45 yards receiving. Shotgun formation. Fakes the handoff. Beck looking right. Fires it deep down the right sideline, and the ball is in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. Dropped at about the 5-yard line after extending. Pretty good throw. Pretty good effort by the receiver. There might have been a defensive hand in on the play. And yes, I do believe that Graves once again got his hand in there and knocked the ball away at the last second. Just got a fingertip on it. Miami wanting interference, but it did look like a pretty good defensive play. Sometimes you got to let the kids play, especially in a championship atmosphere. So 2nd and 10, ball at the 47-yard line of Miami. Pistol set. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and slicing his way for a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. Carrying the entire Mississippi pile down to the 32-yard line. Miami is absolutely dragging this Ole Miss defense across the field. It's a Hurricane first down. Wow. Unbelievable. Pistol formation, 1st and 10 at the 34-yard line of Ole Miss. Handoff. It's going to be a flea flicker. Beck dropping back to pass, giving chase, fires it over the right side. Will they call intentional grounding? I think they're going to. There's a flag out, and I believe it's going to be intentional grounding. There was no intended receiver over there, and it is intentional grounding. It'll be 2nd and long. Good call by the referees. He was fading out to the right. It was a flea flick, a little trickeration, and he was getting dragged down well behind the line of scrimmage. That's going to be a loss of, if my math is right, around 10, 11, maybe even 12 yards. Ball's all the way back to the 46-yard line, I believe. It'll be, 2nd and 22. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Handoff. Pushing all the way up the middle. They're going to gut the Ole Miss defense once again, all the way down to the 31-yard line. It'll be 3rd and short. Ole Miss cannot stop the run. Miami is just running at will on them. And it's very simple blocking schemes up the middle. Ole Miss is going to have to find a way to toughen up and stop that. They move it back to 3rd and 8. Looked like he had gotten a little closer than that, but 3rd and 8. The way they've been running the ball, I'm a little surprised they're setting up in too high and too low, single back set. Man in motion. The man in motion is Malachi Toney. Here's the snap. Looks to the right-hand side, fires it over to the right side, and the ball is dropped. Graves over there once again. The receiver, intended receiver for the Hurricanes, was C.J. Daniels. Have to get another look at that. Looked like it was a wide throw. The replay they're showing is only showing back. They're not showing. Here we go again. I think it was a little off his back set, and he had turned inside and the ball goes outside. He's probably lucky that ball didn't get picked off as well. They are picking on Graves for sure. That is the 3rd time they've gone to him. Here's the kick. High, deep, end over end, and it is wide right. Wide right, and Ole Miss stands up. They give up a ton of yardage, but they put nothing on the scoreboard. We'll be back in a flash. Miami leads 17-13. Chambliss and the Ole Miss Rebels will grab the ball when we return.
Dude, I'm so tired. I'd do anything to get.
Are you smart? Yeah. Are you strong? Yeah. Are you brave? Yeah. Are you pretty? Yeah. Are you kind?
Not really.
Is there a reason why you went through my phone?
Yeah, I'm trying to see who this little Miss Jumper Cables is. Wait, that's me. Why do you have me saved as that?
It's simple. You always start your
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
All right, time for bed.
Why hasn't that person spoken to you in a while? Is it because they hate you? Maybe everybody's saying bad things about you, and maybe they're trying to cancel you for something you didn't say or do. And what if a nuclear bomb goes off and you don't have enough food or water or weapons? And do you have a contingency plan? And do you have enough money for anything you might need? And maybe
it had a terrible sag in popularity for a while. No one was particularly interested in it. But it is, I think, at the deepest part of the American psyche, and that's why it's always been, our great game. Pastime is a funny word for it. It's not a pastime. It has to do with the spirit of the people.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Welcome back. NFL playoffs, Monday Night Football. We'll have it right here for you. Houston Texans, Pittsburgh Steelers this Monday night. And then the following Monday night, we're going to have the national championship game. The winner of this game versus the winner of tomorrow night's game. That'll take us even closer. Spring training baseball just 5 weeks away. This is getting started a little earlier this year. Here's the shotgun snap, and the throw's off to the left-hand side. The ball is caught by Chambliss, and over-the-shoulder catch, leading him out of bounds. Great catch out there. Good throw by Chambliss, but an outstanding catch by Dejon Stribling, and it's a Ole Miss first down. Shotgun formation. Fires it over the middle. The ball is caught, and it's an Ole Miss first down. Wow. Back-to-back first downs. Lee with the catch. First and 10, the ball at the 34-yard line of the Hurricanes. Shotgun formation. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Fires over and the ball's almost picked off. Chambliss was locked into his receiver on the left side. Thomas dropped the ball. Another dropped interception by the Hurricanes, the second of the night. And if he picks that off, he is going all the way. There was nobody out there, and with his speed and a running start, it would have been good night, Irene. 17-13 your score. Ole Miss driving. Shotgun formation. Ball at the 34-yard line. Chambliss fires it over the middle. And bad throw. Low throw. It'll be 3rd and 10. So after a couple of really good throws back-to-back, he's now had 2 really bad throws, and it's 3rd and 10. Ball at the Miami 34-yard line. Shotgun formation, 11:07 on the clock. We're going left to right across your radio dial. 3 receivers low, 1 high, single back. Here's the snap. Chambliss looking, fires it over the right-hand side, and that ball's almost intercepted. And the ball gets joggled, boggled, and dropped to the ground. 4 players had their hand on the ball. As the ball, at one point, Harrison Wallace III had the ball in his hands, but he got a little alligator arm there, and the ball was just kind of going off his hands. 3 Miami defenders were right there, and somehow nobody came up with the ball. Wow. So that'll send out the kicker, and Lucas Carnero, trying to make this a 1-point game. 51-yard attempt. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is deep. And it bangs off the left upright, and it is no good. It bangs off the left upright, and a pair of missed field goals starts the 3rd quarter. Thought it might slide in, but it banged off the left upright and shot far right and did not sneak through the goalpost. So just like that, after a very good start to the drive, the Ole Miss Rebels come up short. 17-13 your score. Miami's going to get the ball with good field position. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR.
No. You're not getting a house horse. No. You wearing clothes from a pile right now. You're not getting a house horse. You're not getting a house horse. Get up out of here. Let's go.
What is something you thought was fancy growing up that is not fancy?
Pacino from General Foods International Coffees.
Delicious. Like that time in Italy when we met.
Yeah, you wanted to come over to my table.
I just wanted your cappuccino.
Well, you got it.
Alomar, no! He gets it! Thrills him out! What a play by Alomar!
There
were such thing as a 6'2 player, Robbie Alomar would be that player because you added instincts to the 5'2 abilities that he had.
He made a play, and you'll say, wow, never seen that before. But then you come the next day, and that is nothing. You should see the other one.
Range up the middle, range in the hole. There wasn't a throw or a play that he could make. He could leave his feet, get up, throw on a dime.
I was in right field, and he played second base. Well, he played second base, he played shortstop, he played right field. I had like a 10-foot area where I just kept my ground right there, and I let Robbie in front of me take care of everything.
It's no surprise that Alomar ended up with double-digit Gold Glove awards, but there was so much more to his game.
He's the master with bat. I mean, he could bunt, could hit and run, he could hit for power.
Grand slam, home run!
He could hit behind the runner, he could hit in front of the runner, he could drive the ball in the gap.
Roberto hit 300 or better in 8 full seasons, tied for 5th most at his position. One of just 3 second basemen ever with 400 steals and 200 home runs.
Tip your cap to Robbie Alomar.
Who's the first player that comes to mind when you think of an unusual or eccentric batting stance?
Welcome back. 17-13 your score. Miami and Ole Miss have traded missed field goals. Miami sets to take over with good field position once again. .55 on the clock here in the third quarter. First and 10 for the Hurricanes. Ball at their own 34-yard line. Shotgun formation. Single back. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Looking left. Decides to keep it. Dives ahead for about a 2-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 8 for the Hurricanes. College football playoff semifinal tomorrow night. It's Indiana versus Oregon. The winners of these 2 games tonight and tomorrow night, they will meet in Miami for the national championship on Monday night, January 19th. We'll have the call. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. Kind of clogged area. And Fletcher finds a way to slice his way for about a 4 or 5 yard gain. It is 3rd down and very manageable. Thank you for the membership gifting there, Stevie-O. Third and 5. 9:47 on the clock. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Dropping back to pass. Looking. Beck rolling out to his right. Giving chase. He'll run ahead for a first down. Miami. About 2 or 3 yards past the line to gain. He'll step out of bounds at about the 47-yard line. First down, Hurricanes. Nowhere to throw. They had a spy on Beck, but he got caught up in the traffic, couldn't get around to him. Shotgun formation, pistol set. 2 receivers high, 1 low, man in motion. Here's the snap, handoff to the right-hand side. Plenty of room to roll. About a 5-yard gain, gets pushed out of bounds, is Mark Fletcher. It's 2nd down and about 5. Second and 5. .45 on the clock. Pistol set. Here's the shotgun snap. Handoff up the middle, and Fletcher will get stopped after about a 1, maybe 2-yard gain. They're going to call it third down and about 4 yards to go. Line to gain is the 43-yard line of the Rebels. They're just across midfield. Call it around the 48-yard line, maybe 47. Shotgun single back, 2 high, 1 low. 1 tight end on the bottom. Here's the shotgun snap, man in motion. Handoff up the middle once again, and Fletcher will knife his way right through that Ole Miss Rebel defense, and it is a Miami Hurricane first down. Ole Miss has not been able to stop the run. If Ole Miss finds a way to pull this game out of the rabbit out of the hat, they're going to have a heck of a time stopping Indiana or Oregon on the ground. 1st and 10, ball at the 39-yard line. Here's the handoff up the middle and diving ahead. About another 3-4 yard gain. 7:14 on the clock. It's second down. $95 yards for Fletcher so far, 38 for Brown. They're just churning the yards up on the ground all day long in this Ole Miss defense. 2nd and 7, 6:50 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Tony goes in motion. Here's the there's going to be a flag on the field. Miami once again is going to get called. I believe this time it's going to be false start. It's about the only thing that has stopped this Miami offense has been inaccurate throws by Beck and a ton of penalties. This will move him back just 5 yards, but looked like it was the right guard on the play. For the Miami Hurricanes, Inez Cooper. So from the 42-yard line, it's 2nd and 13. Shotgun formation, man in motion. Beck drops back to pass, fires it over the middle, and dropped! The ball is dropped once again. Miscues by the Hurricanes receivers, both on the offensive and defensive end, has kept Ole Miss in this ball game. That time it was a perfect throw. You can't blame Beck on that one. And Josh Trader just dropped the ball, hit him in a bad place right in the hands. So they'll send Skillett hands back to the bench, and it's 3rd and 13. 3 trips high, 1 low, single back set. Man goes in motion to the far right. Beck drops back to pass, looking. He's going to take off and run, and he is going to dive ahead just short of the line to gain. He'll be about 2 yards short for 4th down. Will they kick the field goal, or will they go for it? Cristobal normally goes for it in this spot. There's good pressure on there, but once again, the man that they are setting out there to spy on Beck is the Hurricanes will go for it. He's allowing himself to get bottled up by the offensive line. If you're going to spy, you have to be a little bit further off the ball so you can grab the quarterback no matter which direction he goes. Shotgun formation, handoff up the middle. He's going to get pushing through, rolling through that Ole Miss defense, and it's a Miami Hurricanes first down. Ole Miss cannot stop the run. I mean, they are just running at will. If you're Miami, you get it within 3rd and 4th and less than 2 or 3 yards, you've got to run the ball. I don't even know why they even think about throwing. So pistol set, ball at the 22-yard line. 1st and 10. Here's the handoff up the middle. Knifing his way through for about a 4-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 6. 17-13 your score, 4:48 on the clock. 2nd and 7, Miami in Ole Miss territory. Knocking on the red zone. Shotgun formation. Ball right there at the 20-yard line. Pistol set. Tony goes in motion. Here's the handoff up the middle, and this time they will actually hold him to little or no gain. It'll be 3rd down, and we'll call it close to 7 yards. I don't think they got him behind the line. I think he did get to the line to gain. Good penetration by the Ole Miss defensive front. It's been few and far between in this game. It'll be 3rd and 7. Miami may look to just try to get it close so they can go forward again. They are easily in field goal territory. They can make it a touchdown game if they decide not to go for it. But 3rd and 7. Ball at the 19-yard line. Line to gain is just in front of the 12. And here comes another flag, and who is it on now? Another false start on the Hurricanes. It'll be 3rd down and long, now 3rd and about 12. Although I'd say it's closer to 11. The way ESPN's screen has it on, they're miscalculating it a bit because that ball was inside the 20, and you had to get to just inside the 13. This will push it back. They're going to call it 3rd and 12, but it's closer to 3rd and a long 11. Nonetheless, you got to get the ball right about the 12-yard line to move the sticks. 3rd and 12, ball at the 24-yard line. Shotgun snap. Beck drops back to pass, looking all day to throw. The ball is deflected and intercepted by the Ole Miss Rebels. Holy Toledo! Holy cow! A deflected pass at the line of scrimmage, and the Ole Miss Rebels come out of that unscathed. Unbelievable. The first turnover of the game. Beck was dropping back to pass, fading to his left. He fired the pass, and he actually hit the ball off of, it was one of the helmets. Let's take another look at it. Oh, no, it actually got tipped up in the air by the Ole Miss defensive pressure. That was, I believe that was TJ Daugherty that broke through there and got his hand up, and the ball deflected high in the air, and it was picked off just before it could fall to the ground by Kapena Gushigan. So we'll be back in a flash. Ole Miss gets the ball, only down by 4. You look at the stat sheet, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, but it's 13-17, and the Rebels get the ball.
But somebody in the chat asked, can a ghost be gay?
Not a crazy take. I think, yeah.
Boo.
I'm going to go from a MILF to total delusion in less than 30 seconds. So every month I drive up to this warehouse to get some supplies for my business. And there's this young boy that's there, real cute, red hair. And he's always like, sup, my girl? That's my girl. And I was like, after a few months, I was like, that young boy better stop playing with me. Every month without fail. That's my girl. Hey, girl, that's my girl. So today I go up there. I'm like, where the ginger? They like, who? Brian? I'm like, yeah, the ginger. They said, well, his program ended. I said, what program? They said he's part of a state-funded program where we hire people with mental disabilities. You know, all he does is walk around and call everybody his girl or his guy. Real nice guy. And I got in my car and I realized that tracks. Me not being able to identify a mental disability explains my dating history.
He was letting it all out there, all he had. 383, that's a lot.
383 strikeouts in a season is still a record.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen one of the finest young men to ever wear a baseball uniform record one of the most incredible records in Major League history.
It meant a lot to Nolan, just because of whose record he broke. It was a fun night at the ballpark.
Nolan, anyone who looks at the record books will find that there aren't many left for you to conquer.
Well, I don't give a whole lot of emphasis on statistics. I just try to go out and win every game I pitch in and hope that I improve every year.
1973, he's out in his ranch and he gets a call from Ruth that Jim Palmer won the Cy Young Award.
Welcome back, Miami. Leading this one 17-13. And Ole Miss gets a pass deflected. A turnover, so Miami doesn't even get the field goal in a game where they're being outgained 325 to 174, so almost 2-1 in the yardage, but they only trail by 4. Ole Miss with the ball. Shotgun formation. Fakes the play action, fires it over the middle. Ball is caught and diving ahead, and it's an Ole Miss first down. Good pitch and catch. Chambliss to Stribling. And it's 1st and 10. For some reason, Stribling came to the sideline, took his helmet off, and he's asking for help from, I don't know if that's just, it might just be the strap on his helmet. So it may not be a medical issue. It might just be his helmet strap. Shotgun formation, ball at the 31-yard line of Ole Miss. Man in motion. Chambliss looks back to pass. Looking, fires deep down the middle, and the ball is intercepted. Oh, another drop by the Hurricanes. In and out of the hands. Are you kidding me? Wow. How many times can the Hurricanes have their hands on the ball defensively and not come up with it? That is the 4th time, to my count, that Miami has had their hands on the ball and have not come up with it. Wow. Wasn't a terrible pass, but maybe ill-advised as the defense honed in on the receiver. Shotgun formation, fires it over the left-hand side, and the ball is caught, and that's going to be Stribling. He's back in the game, and it's an Ole Miss first down. So I do believe I was right. I believe it was just his chin strap that had to get a new one from the equipment manager. Shotgun formation, ball at the 44-yard line. Ole Miss Rebels. Play action. Rolling to the right. Fires it over the right-hand side. The ball's caught, and he is in bounds. The catch is made, about a 6-7 yard gain. Catch is made by Deuce Alexander. Both feet are down. That's good on Sundays. It'll be second and about 3, maybe 4. Long 3, short 4. Ball just across the 50-yard line. Shotgun formation, 3 high. Single back set. Here's the handoff. And fakes the handoff, fires over the left-hand side. The ball's caught up the sidelines, pushed out of bounds, but out before it's another Ole Miss first down. Pitch and catch. Caden Lee with the catch this time. And Ole Miss, just like before, has the ball in Miami Hurricane territory. See if they can cash in this time. Trailing by 4, 1:25 on the clock in the third quarter and ticking. 3 receivers high, 2 low, empty backfield. Miami bringing the heat. Here's the snap. Chambliss fires over the left-hand side. The ball's caught. No, he drops it. Would have been about a 3 or 4 yard gain. Instead, it's 2nd and 10. Chambliss. Trinidad Chambliss. Trying to get his guys at least to get in field goal range. If you get within a point here, it feels like you're playing with house money going into the fourth quarter. 3 receivers high, 1 low, single back set. Here's the snap, fakes the handoff, fires it deep down the right-hand side, and the ball is overthrown down to the 9-yard line, double teamed. Ill-advised throw, it's 3rd and 10. So they're sitting at the 37-yard line. You'd like to get a few more yards before you would try to set up for another long field goal attempt. If they don't get another yard here on this play, they may go for it. Shotgun formation. 3 receivers low, 1 high, single back. Miami showing 5 coming. Now they drop back 1. Dancing back and forth. Here's the snap. Chambliss looking. He's going to get flushed out of the pocket. He's going to have to take off and try to run. Gets dropped, and he gets about to the line again. They may actually get credit for a sack, but it's about a half-yard loss. It's going to be 4th down and about 10. It's going to be a long 10 And they are going to I believe they are going to try to kick a field goal. It's going to be another long one. But he hit a long one right before the half. And Carnero was set up for what looks to be about a 55-yarder. He made 58 and 42 earlier. Here's the snap. The kick is up, and it is off the upright again. This time it goes through, and we've got ourselves a one-point game.
Are you ready?
Hell yeah! Get right! Party time, that's right! Ole Miss fire!
17-16 your score, and just like that, we practically have a tie heading towards the fourth quarter. When we come back, Miami gets the kickoff, leading by 1 in a nail-biter in the desert.
I didn't know Sylvester Stallone was on his 3rd marriage. I guess his first one was Rocky, and his second one was Rocky 2.
Girls, what's just happened?
So, there's an ice cream van there selling just 2 ice creams with 2 chewing gums in it.
Yeah.
For bloody £9 for 2 of them.
£9 for 2?
Yeah, £9. That is going to get nowhere. One that comes on my street is either £1 a p or £2. Like, you're going to get nowhere with that.
No, you ain't, is it?
No, you ain't.
That's well bad, isn't it?
You should know. And he only does bloody card. Stood there with my cash. Bloody hell.
That's well bad, isn't it?
Bloody well bad.
Yeah?
Yeah, bet he can hear me.
Next time your wife asks you if the dishwasher is making a funny sound, tell her no. You sound just fine to me.
What's up, Braves country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See you off the ballpark. Love you.
Welcome back. 17-16 your score. There we go. They finally changed it up on the board. 17-16 your score. Miami's about to get the ball back. Welcome to the country club. Alakisha Williams. We've had 3 field goal attempts in this half. 1 by Miami, 2 by Ole Miss. The only one made was the one just moments ago. A second consecutive kick that banged the left upright. This time it did sneak in. Just slid through. And here's the kickoff, high and deep, end over end, in and out of the end zone. And Miami gets the ball up 17-16, 22 seconds left on the third quarter clock. Hurricanes, 175 yards passing tonight by Carson Beck, 15 of 24. The touchdown and interception. 147 yards rushing on 40 carries. Ole Miss, 153 yards passing, 16 of 27 is Chambliss. 10 rushes for 74 yards by the Ole Miss running game. Shotgun, set by Beck, one back, 3 receivers low. And here's the snap, handoff to Fletcher off to the right-hand side. He's got a lot of room down the right sideline. He will get pulled down, see where they mark him out of bounds. He's definitely easily through for a Miami Hurricanes first down. 5 seconds left on the clock. They mark him out at the 40 of Miami. And that's going to do it. We're going to head to the fourth quarter. Everybody will put up their 4 fingers as they traditionally do in the world of football. We'll be back in a flash. 17-16, a 1-point game in the desert. We'll see if Miami can break the curse out in the Fiesta Bowl when we return.
You call me crazy like I didn't warn you. Yeah. Did you think I was just joking? Did you think I was just playing around? No, honey. We're not well.
Yeah, well, I just want to let you know that I heard that you've been talking some smack, and I just want you to know that I've been taking Taekwondo lessons in the back of the Walmart Supercenter, so if you don't want to get hurt, then you better stop.
I have a joke for you.
Okay?
The government is excellent and uses your tax dollars efficiently.
What is wrong with you? Are you talking like today or like in general?
I had a little cry earlier, and I had a big cry last night.
Yeah.
But I'm not crying now.
You're not?
And I think for that,
Yeah.
I'm doing so well.
It is up. It is away.
The explosion of baseball salaries is the result of 2 things coming to baseball rather late, 2 very American things: freedom and prosperity. Freedom. Baseball players are virtually the last American worker group that got the right to negotiate with their employers for their salaries by breaking up the reserve clause and getting arbitration and free agency. Wealth. Baseball is enormously popular. 55, 56 million people pay to get into ballparks every year. Not one of them buys a ticket to see an owner. I believe in the labor theory of value. The players are the labor. They create the economic value. They ought to get the lion's share of the rewards.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. 17-16 your score. We got spring training on the way. We got the World Baseball Classic. We'll be covering all of that. We're also going to be doing the Caribbean Series. And this year, new for 2026, we're giving you 2 to 3 double headers a week. For out-of-town games. We started off on opening day where it's an out-of-town doubleheader. The Braves are not playing that day. So we're going to bring you Red Sox versus the Reds, 4:10 first pitch on opening day. And later that night, 9:45 p.m., it'll be Cleveland versus Seattle. Opening night, the night before, we're going to bring you Giants versus Yankees. And then the Braves started all off on Friday, March 27th. Shotgun formation, 1st and 10 for the Hurricanes. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Here's the snap, flips it out to the left-hand side. Tony's got the ball. He'll elude the tackler, and he will easily make his way into Ole Miss territory, and it's a Miami Hurricanes first down. Miami with the ball to the Ole Miss 48-yard line. They're just trying to find any way to get the ball in the hands of Tony. He's so elusive and so quick. Unbelievable burst of speed. You can get him in space, he could be gone at any moment. 14:28 on the clock. 1st and 10, 48-yard line of Ole Miss. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and Fletcher he'll cut his way in for about a 2 or 3 yard gain. It'll be 2nd and about 7, maybe 8. 14-12 on the clock and counting. Shotgun formation, 13:57 on the clock. Beck, single back set. Shotgun, too high, too low. Here's the snap, drops back to pass. He's going to get sacked. He's going to get ransacked. A jailbreak. A big sack there by the Ole Miss defensive line. And it's 3rd and long now. See who that was that broke free through the line. She like shot out of a cannon. That was Perkins, 6'2", junior, out of Raleigh, Mississippi. 3rd and 16. 13-12 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Ole Miss showing 5 being sent. Now they drop back to 4. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. And he's going to get sacked. He's going to get sacked. 4th and forever now, and the Hurricanes will have to punt. Holy Toledo. Where did this defensive pressure come from Ole Miss? You know, the old saying goes, you play with your food long enough, you leave a team in it. And Ole Miss's defense is playing with a little more confidence. They know they've got essentially, you got a 1-point game with a full quarter to go. It's essentially a tie ball game. And out of nowhere, they force the punt. Here's the snap. The kick is high. End over end. Heading towards about the 10-yard line. Fair caught right there at the 10. So Ole Miss will get the ball, but not in great field position. But Chambliss and the Rebels have moved the ball the last 2 times they've had the ball. And they've come up with the 3 points. And the trail by only 1. So when we return, Chambliss, Trinidad, and the Rebels try to march their way towards victory.
Today is not Thursday. It is Wednesday, which means tomorrow is not Friday, and now I'm in a bad mood.
Hey Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Besides, nobody's getting hurt. That guy was already up there when I got here.
I always get excited when somebody likes one of my posts because I'm like, another weirdo.
Aren't you supposed to get as much as you can in our society? If you earn big dough for management, you earn tremendous dough for management. Isn't that what capitalism's all about? Aren't you supposed to get that? So why we blame the guy for being a capitalist?
It was the Emancipation Proclamation of baseball. When the reserve clause was overturned, it disallowed the owners from signing perpetual one-year contracts to ball players, thereby keeping them in the organization for eternity. So basically, it allowed us to go from plantation to plantation based on the highest bid of the plantation owner. And the owners got very upset about that because it inflated salaries, and then ticket prices went up and television revenue went up, and they found out they were making more money, and they found out, wow, we had a $1.5 million franchise, now we have a $150 million franchise. So they made money, the players made money, the only people that got hurt were the American public, the fans, the integrity of baseball.
Welcome back. Ole Miss has the ball. Long way from the end zone. They're sitting at about the 10-yard line, 1st and 10. After a big stop by the Ole Miss defense. Trinidad and company are looking to cash in. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers high. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and looks like that's going to be... Is that Kawan Lacey? Is he back in the game? He is. He gets stopped at the line of scrimmage, believe that's his first carry since the 73-yarder where he broke free the Ole Miss touchdown, their only touchdown of the game. Shotgun formation. Lacey goes in motion. Chambliss looks over to the left-hand side. The ball is caught, gets pushed out of bounds. That's very close. It looked like Ole Miss got a first down, but I don't think they're going to give them the line to gain. Looking at the replay, oh, he might have stepped out about a yard short, so it's 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. 11:43 on the clock here in the college football semifinals. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Handoff to Lacey, and he is going to spin ahead for a first down. He was stopped in the backfield, kept his feet moving, and was able to spin across the first down marker. Big time effort there by Lacey. And it's 1st and 10 just outside the 20-yard line. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking. Fires down the left-hand side. The ball's caught. The ball is caught. And that's going to be an Ole Miss first down. High leaping catch. That was number 8 on the catch. Daquan Wright, the tight end. I believe that was his first catch of the game. Shotgun formation, 40-yard line. Here's the snap. Handoff to Lacey. Lacey powers ahead for about a 4.5 yard gain. It's 2nd down and 5. Really impressive catch for the tight end there for Ole Miss. He had to leap at the top of his jump to come down and grab that. Kept his feet down and moving and gained a few more yards. 2nd and 5, handoff up the middle. Lacey breaks free down to the Miami 49-yard line, and that's a Ole Miss Rebel first down. Lacey is running like a man possessed. They finally got that hamstring worked out, and he was churning up some yards of his own. Really the only one that's had any kind of room to roam in that Ole Miss backfield. Here's the snap, handoff, end around, and it's going to be about a 1-yard gain. They tried handing the ball off almost like a jet sweep, but it will go down as a rush. Winston Watkins. It'll be 2nd and 9 as Lacey gets a breather on the bench. 2nd and 9, ball at the 47-yard line. 9:14 to go and counting. Shotgun formation, drops back to pass, looking, flushed out of the pocket. Chambliss takes off running to his left, looking, fires it over to the left, and the ball will not be caught, could not hold on to it. It'll be 3rd and 9. Chambliss was rolling to his left, threw the ball to his receiver, and could not hold on to it. Out there in the flat, Deuce Alexander, drops the ball. And it's 3rd and 9. So shotgun formation. Ball at the 47-yard line. Thank you, Uncle Charlie. Chambliss drops back to pass, looking, fire, gets hit. The ball is caught, and it is an Ole Miss first down. Chambliss got unloaded on with the blindside blitz. He stood in, took the punishment, and fired it over the middle, and it is an Ole Miss first down. Caden Lee with the big catch over the middle, and there's a flag down now. Let's see what this flag is about. See if it is on Ole Miss or is it on Miami. Personal foul and a shot to the head on Miami. I think it might have been on the pass rusher coming in on Chambliss, and that is going to move the ball deep into Miami territory. Take another look at it. I'd have to see another look at that. That one looked... They were saying he got hit in the head. I don't think. They're calling it on the defender who made the tackle. I thought they were calling it on the blindside blitz, but Lee, I think they're calling targeting on Lucas, number 6. They'll be taking a look at this. He did lead with his head. He got clobbered. That was a helmet to helmet. You can't lead with your helmet like that. So we'll wait for the official call here. He launches and is leading with his helmet. And usually they're going to call that on you. They're reviewing it right now. Lucas, if he is guilty of it, he will be kicked out of the game. And if Miami moves on, he will be suspended for the first half of next week's game, or it will carry over to next season. See what we get here. And it looks like it has been upheld. So he will be kicked out of the game. Miami down a defender. It's also going to cost him 15 important yards. That's the big news there. Although Xavier Lucas, not someone they necessarily want to be losing in the middle of this ball game. So they'll send him to the locker room. And I don't think there was any ill intention there by the youngster. I think he was just playing hard football, and 20 years ago, nothing would have been said about it, but you can't do that nowadays. 1st and 10 at the 21-yard line. Ole Miss knocking on the door. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap, the handoff up there on the right-hand side. Lacey pushing and prodding his way for about a 5-yard gain at second down. Here comes another flag. Here comes another flag. Is Miami going to get another late hit? Oh, they are. Number 11 came in as I'm seeing the replay. I didn't see it at first, but number 11, David Blade Jr., came in on a late hit, another personal foul. This is unbelievable, the penalty yards are racking up. Unbelievable. Right now, the Hurricanes, they have it as 9 for 67, but I don't think they've calculated that last one. 1st and goal from the 8-yard line. Chambliss sets up, hands the ball off to Lacey. He pushes his way for about a 4-yard gain, maybe 3. It'll be 2nd down and goal at the 5. 7:56 left on the clock and ticking. (17-16) your score. And Miami's got to take a timeout, injury timeout on the field. Trying to see who that is that's laying on the ground for the Hurricanes. Lucas is over on the bench still in pads. They used to not let you sit in the game, but I guess that's changed. They used to make you leave, come back in dress clothes when you're rejected. They're going to take a quick TV timeout. We'll take it with them when we come back. Ole Miss knocking on the door, trailing by 1. We got ourselves a good old-fashioned shootout in the desert.
How many quarters make $1? Hey, 16. I want to blame the school system, but then I want to blame his parents. Or maybe I should just blame him. Yeah, blame him.
Maybe I'm low iron. Maybe it's calcium. Maybe it's vitamin D. Maybe I'm just a bitch. Maybe I've just turned into a bitch, and that's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Have I ever thought about that? And so now people are like, whoa, someone's in a bad mood. No. Actually, maybe I've just turned into a bitch.
Have I ever been convicted of a felon? What the is a felon?
It's pronounced felon. You're a felon. You know that liquor store you held at gunpoint last week? That was a felony. I know you know what word release is. A felon. Don't be sitting here talking all proper. like they put you in jail for money laundering, you know you went down for a drug charge. You know it.
Hey, want to hear a dumb blonde joke?
Go ahead, but consider this. I'm a blonde, and I've got a baseball bat behind the counter. The bouncer's a blonde. Those two bodybuilders at the end of the bar, also blonde. So, you still want to tell that joke, punk?
Well, not if I'm going to have to explain it 4 separate times.
The Cy Young Award is what the sports writers vote in each league, what they think is the best pitcher for that season. Nolan, it didn't bother him, but it did bother me.
Jim Palmer was a great pitcher, but he did not certainly outshine Ryan in that particular season.
2 no-hitters, 21 wins, makes the strikeout record.
If I would ask you how many Cy Youngs has Nolan Ryan won, what would be your answer?
4. Cy Youngs? 4. 3. I don't think he won any. It's crazy. 0.
You gotta be kidding.
Nolan Ryan never won a Cy Young Award?
Well, that's a joke.
I thought he had won 3 or 4 or 5.
Yeah, I have no idea how Nolan didn't win a Cy Young Award because he had to be knocking on the door for that many times.
Welcome back. I think that's one of the craziest stats in baseball, that Nolan Ryan never won a Cy Young Award. (17-16) your score. Miami with the lead, but Ole Miss has the ball inside the 10-yard line. 2nd goal from about the 5. Looking at the injury that took place, I think it was just the Ole Miss offensive lineman falling on the Miami defensive lineman. That was number 3, Akeem Messidor, and he comes out of the game. Might have fallen on his arm. He tripped the lineman from behind, and then the lineman fell on him. Shotgun formation, Chambliss hands the ball off to Lacey. You know, it's going to keep it around the right side, and he's going to try to sneak in the end zone, but gets pushed out about the 4-yard line. It's 3rd and goal. It's an area where normal circumstances, you would think about 4-down territory. But with just over 7 minutes to go and trailing by 1, you got to at least get the field goal here. But you don't feel great with the 2-point lead with a lot of time left. Ball at the 4-yard line, man in motion. Shotgun formation, Chambliss takes the snap. Looking, fires to the left-hand side, and the ball's dropped. The ball is dropped in and out of the hands of his tender receiver. That was Lacey out in the flat. And it's going to be 4th and goal, and they'll have to kick the field goal. He makes the catch. I don't think he's going to get in, because the throw was a tad behind where Chambliss wants to throw that ball. He wants to be leading his receiver and momentum carry him towards the end zone. I think if he makes that catch, he's going to get dropped a few yards behind the end zone line anyways. 4th and goal, 22-yard attempt, tight angle. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good, and Ole Miss has taken a 2-point lead. 17-19. Ole Miss on top, and they're going to take a quick break. When we return, Hurricanes, they'll get the ball with plenty of time.
Scientists have discovered a massive crater which they believe is the largest on Earth. The crater is now swallowing everything in its path, and despite dozens of attempts, no man has ever found the bottom. Officials are calling it your mom.
Let me ask you a question about the tip cup, because I had a little thing with the calzone guy there this week. I go to drop $1 in the tip jar, and just as I'm about to drop it in, he looks the other way. So then, as I'm leaving, he gives me a look like, thanks for nothing.
You got no credit.
Exactly. If they don't notice it, what's the point?
So you don't make a habit of giving to the blind?
Not bills.
I love when I give someone life advice like I haven't just been crying in the car alone. Who do I think I am? I'm spiraling out and I'm like, you gotta be present. You gotta journal. Like, I haven't been present since 2007. I can't drink water, but I'm like, live your life.
Hey, baby.
What's up?
You want to watch football or porn?
Porn. You already know how to play football.
What the?
Ryan winds, and the 3-2 pitch. He's fucking
It is surprising that he's never won one, but I don't think that has really tarnished his reputation or his legacy.
Here's Ryan's payoff pitch, and he walked him.
He led the world in walks, but he also led the world in strikeouts.
He didn't need a Cy Young Award to be the biggest thing going. He was Nolan Ryan, the guy with the Guinness record for the fastest pitch.
Some of the smartest scientists west of the Rio Grande used some fancy equipment to clock Nolan's fastball at 100.9 miles per hour. Using the more accurate technology of today, that number really comes out to 108.1 miles per hour. Yes, sir. The legend of the Ryan Express was most definitely picking up steam.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. (19-17) your score. And here we go. 7 minutes exactly left on the clock, and the kickoff is a high end over end through the back of the end zone. And Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes will take over at their own 25-yard line. You got Oregon, Indiana tomorrow night, national championship game Monday, January 19th, right here on Braves Country Radio. Shotgun, pistol set, trips close to the line. Here's the snap. Beck, play action, goes deep. He's going for all of it. Deep down the middle, and that ball is dropped, but there's 3 flags out on the field. I think we're going to get a pass interference call. The defensive back chasing on the play, tripped and ran into his man. Now, in college football, that's only a 15-yard penalty, so it's really not a bad penalty if you're Ole Miss. I believe, I had the number wrong at first, I believe that's Chris Graves Jr. again. They have been picking on him all night long. 6-foot junior out of Fort Myers, Florida. And he was beaten on the play, though the throw wasn't great. That'll take the ball up to the 40-yard line of Miami. Here comes the snap. They're going to flip it out to the right-hand side. And ball's caught, pushed up to about the 48-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 2. 6:45 on the clock and counting. Miami. Ball at the 48-yard line, 2nd and 2. Here's the handoff up to the right-hand side. He's got a lot of room down the right sideline, pushing his way, push out of bounds at 35-yard line is Mark Fletcher, but that's a Miami Hurricane first down. They're down to the 35-yard line of Ole Miss, and just like that, they are in field goal range just about. Field goal would take the lead. Ball at the 35-yard line. Shotgun formation. Single back set. Tony goes in motion. Here's the handoff, and running to the right side, once again falling. His feet coming out from under him. This time it's Mark Fletcher. It was not Shamar Brown this time. And it's going to be a loss of about 1, maybe 2. It'll be 2nd down and around 11 or 12. They're going to give it 2nd and 11. Ball at the 35-yard line. 36, we'll call it. Line to gain is the 25 of Ole Miss. 5:15 on the clock. Here's the snap. Beck flips it out to the left-hand side off to Tony. Tony's going to weave his way through the defense, and he is going to break free, and that is going to be a Miami Hurricane touchdown. gutting the defense like a hot knife through butter. And Tony, the most explosive player on the field, finally breaks free into the end zone, and it's 23-19. You would think Miami probably goes for two here. Couple of ways you could play that, though. If you don't get it and Ole Miss scores a touchdown, that puts you behind the 8 ball. So here's the kick. It's up and just slices in through the uprights, and the Hurricanes take a 5-point lead. That's the good news if you're Miami. The bad news is you gave the ball right back to Ole Miss, and there's 5:04 on the clock. Hurricanes take the lead. We got a back-and-forth seesaw affair here in the desert, and the Ole Miss Rebels will get the ball when we return.
I'll tell you right now, Christmas need to slow down. I only got $8.
Today we are talking about one of the most distinguished gentlemen in the game. Here is the career of Christy Mathewson. He wasn't just good at baseball, he also turned pro in football, playing fullback for the Pittsburgh Stars of the First National Football League. During his playing career, he became famous for his pitching duels with Mordecai Three-Finger Brown, winning 13 of the 25 games they matched up. His control was on another level. In 338 innings in 1905, he walked just 64 batters. Twice, he had more wins in a season than walks. When he was on the mound, you best not blink or you would miss the game. Many of his complete game gems lasted just barely 90 minutes. His performance in the 1905 World Series might never be matched. In a span of 6 days, he pitched 3 complete games without allowing a run while giving up only 14 hits. In 1908, he had his best season. That year, he set career highs in wins, games, innings, and shutouts. He even led the league.
We are back, 24-19 your score. And Miami set to kick off, high, deep, end over end. And that'll go in and out of the end zone, and Ole Miss will set up at their own 25-yard line. 5:04 to go. One problem you got if you're Ole Miss, though, is they've been able to move the ball between the 20s, but only one time have they hit pay dirt. That was that long touchdown run by Lacey way back in the first play of the second quarter. Other than that, they've been held out of the end zone. And unless this is an extremely quick drive, a field goal is really not going to do you a whole lot of good. So Chambliss and company's got to find a way to get into the end zone this time around. Trailing by 5, 5:04 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Play action, drifting, fires down the left-hand side. The ball's caught! The ball's caught, and that's going to be an Ole Miss first down. Quan Wright, once again, the tight end. Big tight end catches the ball out there to the 46-yard line, and it's first down Miami. First down Ole Miss. Miami's got a defender who's coming off the field. Looked like a shoulder injury maybe. Trying to see who that was. I believe that was Boise, the safety. Remember, they just lost a man from ejection. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle to Lacey, and he'll push his way for about a 2-yard gain. It'll be second down. 4:44 on the clock and counting. Miami leading by 5. Ole Miss on the move. Ball at the 48-yard line. Shotgun. 3 high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Fires it down the left-hand side. The ball is it caught? It's in and out of the hands of the receiver. I think they're going to call that incomplete. He was trying to get it to Stribling once again, but he could not hold on to the ball. He had the catch, and as he came to the ground, it came out of his hands. Never really had possession of it, and it'll be 3rd and long. Shotgun formation, Miami showing blitz. They could be bringing about 5 as they creep towards the line. 3 high, 1 low. Single back set. Chambliss takes the snap, looks back, and there's I don't know if that's a timeout. I believe that's a timeout on the field. It is. And that was Miami taking a timeout. They did not like something that they saw in the pre-snap. So we'll take a quick break with them. It's 24-19. Miami's got the lead. Ole Miss has the ball. They're at midfield. We'll be back in a flash.
What the is wrong with you?
Get in your car, dude.
Get in your car!
I'm in my car. That's fair. Can you get in your car? Will you call the cop?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm beautiful and gorgeous, but I'm also insane. Insane. But don't forget beautiful and gorgeous.
Dear Diary, today I was physically assaulted by my shower curtain. I have never swung so hard at an inanimate object in my entire life. You keep your filthy fibers to yourself. Sincerely signed, someone who hates that.
I was born a dog. I identify as a dog, but according to my mom, I'm just a baby.
Shotgun formation, we're back. Chambliss drops back to pass, fires over the right-hand side. The ball is incomplete. Fourth, no, we got a flag out on the field. See what this flag's about. Pass interference on the Hurricanes, and that'll be an Ole Miss first down. Ball is placed right out there. And might have been a bit of a wide throw, but Ole Miss gets the benefit of the pass interference call, and it's 1st and 10 on the Miami 45-yard line. Shotgun formation. Chambliss drops back to pass. Looking. Flushed out of the pocket. He's going to keep it. He's going to run down the right-hand side. He's got all the way down to the 25-yard line, and that's a Ole Miss first down. Chambliss took off down the right sideline, and he easily escaped the pressure and stepped out. They call it the 26-yard line, 1st and 10. Handoff, shotgun. Lacey dives ahead, about a 2, maybe 3-yard gain. Will be 2nd and about 7. Ole Miss trying to retake the lead. You got the other game to this, the cat and mouse game of you score, do you want to score too quickly, but they've had such a hard time getting in the end zone. I think they'll just take their chances if they can get in the end zone. 2nd and 8, shotgun formation. And here's the snap. Chambliss fires down the right-hand side. Wide open, touchdown! Catch by Dequan Wright, baby!
Are you ready? Hell yeah! Yeah, right! I'm Johnny, that's right!
Six plays, 75 yards, like a hot knife through butter. The Ole Miss offense goes through the Hurricane defense. Now they've got to go for 2, only leading by 1. So this is a big play here for Ole Miss, as they don't want to just be leading by the 1 point. There's still 3:13 left, ton of time on the clock. And here we go. Chambliss, after a change in formation, is behind center now, shotgun formation. Here's the snap, fakes the handoff, rolling to his right, fires it over the right side, and that ball is caught, and Odom makes it 27-24.
Are you ready? Hell yeah! Yeah, right! I'm Johnny, that's right! Always fire!
Chambliss rolled out to his right to buy time, and the receiver was wide open in the back of the end zone, and the Ole Miss Rebels have taken a 3-point lead. There's still 3:13 left. Beck and company with plenty of time. We got ourselves a great one, an instant classic out here in the desert. Dequan Wright coming up with some big catches in this game. And then what a great throw by Chambliss on the run off his front foot. He finds his receiver in the back of the end zone, wide open in the corner, and he hit him on a dime. 2-point reception made by Odom, the other tight end for the Ole Miss Rebels. And it's 27-24, Carson Beck and company, trailing by just 3. They've got 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. So if for some reason they can't get the first down here, there is that option. They could punt the ball to try to get the ball back. But the way this has gone back and forth, I think this is 4-down territory if you've got the ball, no matter what helmet you're wearing at this point. So here we go. Ball at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10, Hurricanes. Shotgun formation. Drops back to pass. Fires it over the middle and wide open. Oh, it's going to be underthrown. Beck can't believe it. It'll be 2nd and 10. He's been wildly off on a lot of throws tonight, and that one was terrible. He had his man down the middle on the seam. I don't know if he's going to get it completed if he hits him in stride, but if he does make that catch, he might be gone to the house. The safety had cheated over on the side, missed over the top. There was no help out there. Shotgun formation. 2nd and 10, 3:08 on the clock. Here's the snap. Beck fires over the left-hand side. The ball is caught, pushed out of bounds. Did he stay in bounds? Looks like he did. It'll be 3rd down and very short. We'll call it 2. Rebels 27, Hurricanes 24. College football semifinal. National title game a week from Monday. Shotgun formation, handoff up the middle, and Fletcher fights his way ahead for a Miami Hurricanes 1st down. Shotgun formation, too high, too low. Single back set. Here's the snap. Pressure coming. Fires it deep down the right side, and the ball is in and out of the hands of the tenor receiver. Good defensive play out there as the Miami tight end had to step on his defender. Alec Bowman could not hold on to it as he juggled it, and the ball was punched out at the last second by the man covering him on the play, Wyatt Williams from Lake Providence, Louisiana. 2nd and 10, 2:29 on the clock. Still plenty of time. Hurricanes trail by 3. Beck drops back to pass, fires it over the right-hand side, and the ball is caught, but the receiver is stopped for about a 1-2 yard gain. He had him behind the line, but he fought right through him and dragged the defender. I don't know how he did it because the momentum should have carried him to the turf. Instead, it'll be 3rd and 8 instead of 3rd and 12. Got to finish that tackle. 3rd and 8. 2 minutes now. They're going to go to the 2-minute warning. So that'll eliminate the 2-minute warning. Miami still has 2 timeouts on 3rd and 8. We'll see what they do here if they get the first down. If they don't, will they go for it or will they punt it and try to get the ball back? They trail by 3. We'll be back in a flash.
How you lose an attitude in 30 seconds. Step 1.
Nowadays, most baseball players are compensated very well, but this wasn't always true. Way back when, players would need another job just to be financially stable. So here are some of the more interesting jobs worked by baseball players. Rich Hebner had an 18-year career with over 200 home runs. In the offseason, he traded his bat for a shovel and dug graves for $35 a hole. Despite winning Game 2 of the 1966 World Series, Jim Palmer worked during the offseason where he sold suits and in his downtime signed a few autographs. Waite Hoyt was once part of the Yankees' most formidable lineup. In his spare time, he worked at a funeral home home as a mortician. Rumor has it he once drove to the Polo Grounds with a cadaver in his car, made his start, and then drove it to its intended destination after the game. In 1920, Babe Ruth decided the baseball field wasn't the only place he wanted to be a star. That year, he starred on the big screen in the movie Headin' Home and made some extra cash while he was at it. Roy Campanella started his own farming business after he was rewarded 100 baby chickens for every home run he hit. He went home with 1,400 baby chickens. In 1957, Stan Musial and Willie Mays both worked after-season jobs. Musial sold Christmas trees and Mays sold cars. Not only was Denny McLain a 30-game winner, he was also an organist. He even made it all the way to the Ed Sullivan Show.
What you need to do is worry about your own sins. God ain't gonna be asking you about mine.
Will you pray the day before the playoffs?
Well, I'll pray every day. I try to talk to God every day, and I will pray during the national anthem, which is my period of meditation for praying. No, really, if you stick around the game, you listen to an old veteran like me, I'll show you how to talk on the air, boy. Yeah, talk, to TV. No, really, TV, cameras and going on like that. Huh? I'm telling you, man, I'll show you how to make a living with this stuff. I'll show you how to have the people eating right out of here.
2 outs and 2 on in the 7th inning here at Fenway. Deep to left. Yastrzemski will not get it. It's a home run.
Welcome back. Third and 8, 2 minutes to go. Miami's got the ball thrown 39-yard line. Line to gain is the 47. Shotgun formation. Beck drops back to pass, looking, fires over to the left-hand side, and the ball is in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. They're going to call pass interference. I have to take another look at this. Not sure about that call, but that might have been a ticky-tack call over there. I don't know about this one. But they are going to get the call. 1:55 on the clock. Oh, they're calling personal foul of face mask. So it wasn't pass interference, it was a face mask. I have to see that again. Must have been during the... that's a bad call by the ref. The receiver stopped. He stuck his hand out and immediately took the hand off of the face mask. That was not a personal foul. But nonetheless... probably could have gotten for PI. So it's going to be 1st and 10 Miami, the ball at the 46-yard line of Ole Miss. Here's the throw off to the right-hand side, diving ahead for about a 3, maybe 4-yard gain. It is going to be 2nd down. 1:43 on the clock and ticking. Miami about 5 yards outside of field goal range. But they're looking for more. 2 receivers high, 2 low, both stacked. Here's the snap. Beck drops back to pass. Rushing, flushing, out to the right side. Fires down the right side of the field, and the ball is caught. Did they say he's in bounds? They're going to say he's in bounds. Wow, Ole Miss cannot believe it on the sidelines. Take a look at this catch again. And his foot is out of bounds. Have to see this again. Were they determining that he would have been in bounds? Because that's a bad call. So I think they're going to take a look at this. And the really strange because the umpire's standing right there. I mean, it's right in front of him. They are reviewing it. I think this will get overturned. For those of y'all listening on radio, this isn't close. His 75% of his foot was out of bounds. Years ago, it would have been a catch because if they would have determined that he was getting shoved, and that would keep you, if they had decided that he would have stayed in bounds. But here we go with the call. And it is incomplete. So 20 years ago, that's a catch because the umpire says so. Nowadays, you have to make the catch. And so the call's been overturned. And so that'll set us up. There's still 1:26 on the clock, and it's 3rd and 6. So Miami, if they don't get any closer, it's going to be a long field goal attempt. They may have to try to go for it on 4th down. If they can get a little closer, they could still get in what is technically field goal range without getting a 1st down. The ball's at the 42. They're saying field goal range for the Miami kicker is the 39. Shotgun formation, trips high. Here's the snap, fires over the right-hand side. The ball is caught, and he is right there at the line to gain. Do they give him the 1st down? It's very, very close. I think they are going to give him the 1st down. Minute 20 on the clock, and I believe he got out of bounds. Making the catch over there on the right-hand side with C.J. Daniels, fought for the extra effort, and yeah, he did. Oh, his knee was down as he was starting to lunge, but they did give him the 1st down. It's a shotgun formation, ball at the 36-yard line. Beck looking over, dropping back, fires over the right-hand side and just throws it out of bounds, nowhere to really go. He'll live to tell the tale. Still 2 timeouts on the clock for the Hurricanes. Second and 10. 1:06 on the clock. Ball at the right outside the 35-yard line of the Rebels. Ole Miss is showing a 4-man front. 4 across, 2 behind. Here's the snap. Beck drops back to pass, looking. Running to the right, and he'll throw that one out of bounds. That one almost got picked off. He was throwing it away, but the Ole Miss defender at the top of his leap tried to steal one there. Chambliss saw it on the screen on the scoreboard, and he got a giggle out of it because basically he was telling whoever's sitting next to him, man, you better watch out with that one. That would have been a circus catch that would have ended the game, and that was not Beck's intention. He was just trying to get rid of it. 3rd and 10. They are in field goal range. Shotgun formation. 1 minute left in the semifinals here in the desert. 4-man front, and they are coming. Here's the snap. Beck drops back to pass, fires over the middle. The ball's caught, and it's going to be a Miami 1st down. Wide open over the middle. Sitting down in what was a fairly soft zone. And the Hurricanes are knocking on the door. 1st and 10 at the 18-yard line. Shotgun formation. Beck hands it off up the middle and actually holds on to it and tries to run up the middle. He gets bounced off and loses about a yard. It's 2nd down, 36 seconds left, and I believe Miami's going to call their 2nd timeout of the half. It's almost like that they're trying to play for overtime. That doesn't seem like something I would do if I were Miami when you got a chance to end the game right here. Remember, if we do go to overtime, it's the same overtime rules that college football has where everybody gets the ball at the 25-yard line and away you go until you get into the 3rd overtime where you have to go for 2-point conversions. That was Ole Miss that called the timeout, so that's interesting. Second and 11. That could backfire on you calling timeouts right here, but 2nd and 11, 37 seconds to go. Ole Miss leads us by a field goal, 27-24. And the ball is placed at the 18-yard line. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers high, 2 low. Single back set. Beck drops back to pass. Fakes to the right and fires over the middle towards the end zone. The ball is caught. It's down at the 8-yard line. And that's a Miami Hurricane. Believe it close, but I don't think they're giving him the 1st down. We'll have to see what the call there was. It did look like he got the 1st down. But the line judge was pointing the other direction like he was just short of it. The ball is caught. If they give him forward progress, they did give him the first down. That's going to be a timeout by Ole Miss again. I don't really get this. I think Miami was willing to try to run this thing out and kick the field goal when they did the run up the middle on that first down play that got him negative yards. If I'm Ole Miss, I force Miami to burn their timeouts to stop the clock. They didn't look like they were even offering it that. So 1st and goal, 31 seconds left. This could really come back to bite the Ole Miss Rebels. 24-27. If you're Ole Miss, do you continue to just bring 4 at the line, or do you try to bring some heat because they've been going through you? Here's the handoff up the middle, pushing his way, prodding his way down to the 3-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal. The ball right at the 3-yard line, and Cristobal calls his 2nd timeout. So he's got a timeout left. He's got to hold 1 in case they score. Or in case they don't score and they have to kick a field goal. You don't want to be caught without a timeout. You got to figure they're probably throwing on this play, because if you run the ball and you don't get in, you have to use your timeout, which leaves you wide open if you get sacked on 3rd down. Miami has churned 188 yards on the ground. And as erratic as Beck has been in the air, I would think that's where they're going to go. But you may want to hold that for 3rd down. So here we go. Ball at the 3-yard line. 2nd and goal, 24 seconds on the clock. Each team with a timeout. 3 receivers high. Bunch set. Here's the snap. Looks over to the right-hand side. Tony, they're looking for him. And Beck's going to take off, and he's going to score a touchdown. And the Miami Hurricanes have taken a 3-point lead. Flushed out of the pocket. Nowhere to throw, and they did not have eyes on Beck, and he strolled into the end zone. And the Hurricanes have taken a 3-point lead, extra point pending. They could get a 4-point lead with just 18 seconds left. Heartbreaking way to lose this one if you're an Ole Miss fan. I still go back to I would not have been using those timeouts. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And 18 seconds on the clock, and Beck and the Hurricanes are 18 seconds away from playing for the national championship in their home stadium. Those timeouts that they were using, they were jumping on them quick. And once again, if you make Miami use their timeouts, it's a totally different situation, different mindset on theirs, but instead you kept burning timeouts so they could run the ball at will. They could do whatever they wanted to. So Ole Miss will get the ball back with one last chance. They're going to be trying to get at least to midfield to get a chance to throw one deep. Cristobal's over there cussing out one of his assistant coaches who was hugging him. I think it was an assistant coach. It might have been one of the knucklehead players that hang out on the sideline. It looked like a coach. And he flipped out on him. Probably didn't want him to jinx it. He came close to throwing hands on him. I'm sure you'll see that all over SportsCenter. 31-27 your score. Here's the kickoff from the 35-yard line. High, deep. at the goal line. Fair caught, and they'll start the 18 seconds left. They'll start at their own 25-yard line. Yeah, I agree with you, Kanye, but at the same token, if I can figure it out, why the hell can't he? It's always driven me nuts when you see these coaches that can't make these decisions in game, and they're getting paid big bucks. Here we go, shotgun formation, 4 receivers, 1 back. Chambliss fires it down the middle. Ball is caught down the 50-yard line, and it's an Ole Miss first down. They do have 1 timeout, but I think Chambliss is going to run up there and spike it and try to save some time. They got to wait for the sticks to come up there, and here comes the snap, slams it on the ground, 11 seconds left, 2nd and 10. So if you can get one more play like that, you could get a decent chance at the end zone. If you could get another 15, 20 yards on this play. You do have a timeout in your pocket. Shotgun formation. 3 receivers low. Here's the snap. Chambliss drops back to pass, fires it over the left-hand side. The ball's caught, and it's a first down. First down, Ole Miss. They're going to use their timeout, rightfully so. Ball is down to the 30, we'll call it the 34-yard line with 5 seconds left. And they'll have 1 play to chuck it into the end zone, but this is more of a realistic shot. This isn't a Hail Mary type play. This is 35 yards out. You would have liked to get a few more yards, but 35 is not, it's not exactly. And look, if you get an interference call or anything like that, you get the ball, get the game extended, and you get the yardage. Now, it's not like the NFL where it goes down to the 1-yard line, but nonetheless, Miami has to be careful they don't get called for an interference play. What a heart-wrenching game this is for both sides. 31-27, Miami leads it. They have put an extra second back on the clock. I think if Ole Miss would have known they were going to put 6 on there, they may have spiked it, giving them a chance to do a quick out to get just a tad closer. But 6 seconds on the clock. And Miami will play 3 brackets back, standing at the goal line. They're going to send, looks like they're sending 3, maybe 4, and Miami's going to call a timeout. So they'll call a timeout to talk it over. We'll stay right here with you with what could be the final play of the game. One thing's for sure, we won't have overtime. It's a 4-point game. Think about that missed field goal that hit the upright and did not slide in. They would be in field goal range right now with the chance to win it. Now, granted, Miami missed a field goal as well. But all those types of things go through your mind as the game is on the line right here. 6 seconds. (31-27). Could we have a miracle, or does Miami march on and head back home to await the winner of Indiana-Oregon? First and 10, shotgun formation, 3 receivers high, 1, 2 low. Empty backfield, Miami bringing 4. So Chambliss gets the snap, rolls out to his left, looking, fires it up. He's going to give it up for grabs, and the ball is going to be banged out of bounds. No flags, and the game is over. And the Miami Hurricanes, Ole Miss is looking for a flag, but they did not get one. There were a couple of guys hanging on the receiver in the back of the end zone, but I don't know if he would have caught the ball anyways. Didn't seem like a great organized play. There was one receiver in the back, and Miami goes to the national title game to face Indiana-Oregon winner, and we'll have that game for you on Monday, January 19th, right here on the BCR. Make sure to like and subscribe. Please hype the video tonight or tomorrow morning. I think they make you wait 30 minutes. And we'll get even more people in here in the chat. We'll see you next time, tomorrow night, For all you baseball historians, we'll be doing Once Upon a Pastime here on the Braves Country Radio at 5:30. It's the GOATs you ought to know. Then we're off to Monday Night Football, Houston Texans, Pittsburgh Steelers, Monday night, 8 o'clock. The next 2 Monday nights, we've got football here for you. And then it's off to baseball season. Have a great one, y'all.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe. And don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.